everybody? Welcome back to Wappleville. It's time for Boromeow right here. You can see we've got ourselves just kind of the regular version of Boromir there. Oh, he doesn't have a shield. Okay, I was thinking, yep, no shield on there, but we have his cloak there. I don't think there's really going to be the same chance to do that kind of reddish color. Let me look at this reference picture that I got over here. Hey there, Armored Wolf. So hello to Gary there. Sorry for the delay. Yeah, I'm so tempted to just go. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the red here instead of that black jerkin over the top of it. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that because I see what's here on his sleeves. We'll roll with that. And I was thinking, I don't know if it's a calico or whatever kind of cat we're gonna do, but we'll roll with that. Okay, so that's kind of set now. We'll roll with that. Here's what we rolled with last night, right there. That's the Gimli Kitty, and actually I did see that there is a kind of the long-haired cat that is of this kind of orangey color. So it all worked out, I think, in the end. Yeah, that's gonna okay. We're gonna roll with the burgundy stuff. Lots of burgundy all of a sudden, and then we'll do the same texture cloak stuff like we did here. I never did get a chance to do any of the flock and foliage there, Armored Wolf. It was all about the printing. So I took a hammer and a chisel, Armored Wolf, and I had to do it inside because it was snowing outside. So I took a hammer and chisel. I hammered that thing off. There might be a point in a couple of hours where I just run down there to see if it's printing out a brick again. I got no idea what's going on there. And of course, I was fooling around with the bamboo because that one file I tried it twice. It did the same thing twice. No idea what's going on there. So again, sorry for the lateness here, Armored Wolf, and of course, I don't know, maybe there's some way to. I don't know. Are you going to be there again tomorrow? Unless I try to do not like a Marco Polo, but just try to maybe do a Zoom hangout or something like that. I don't know, something like that. Now here we're gonna roll with this, and I'll get some green there too. But I think we're also gonna be relying on our usual glazy stuff after the fact. So Armored Wolf, hopefully this is probably gonna be the most relaxing time that you're there. And it was really wild, Armored Wolf, to see, especially well, it was wild to see the Tomb Kings, but since I was transferring those Dark Eldar files to see the Dark Eldar in that scenery there, that was pretty wild. I think it's again like four different Dark Eldar vehicles, and I thought, well, it could be interesting to try to recreate that color scheme. Hey there, Crazy Wolf, great to see you.
So say we all.
Thanks, Crazy Wolf, appreciate that. Thanks a bunch. So Crazy Wolf, hopefully your printers are behaving a whole lot more than the ones that are here. Yeah, hopefully you're having way better luck with those. They're acting exactly as they should instead of doing weird, freaky things every so often. And I couldn't get Sectorix I was trying to tell him that he's like, well, that's got to be a firmware thing. And I told him it really can't be because this happens once out of every maybe almost 100 prints or something. So if it was a firmware thing, it would happen more than once every 100 times. It would be happening all the time. It happens with there's more incidents of it because well, I'm just printing so much, right, Crazy Wolf? So again, thank you so much for the sub there, Crazy Wolf. Appreciate that. Yeah. So Armored Wolf, yeah, I'm guessing. Well, let's see. Well, no, it's. Oh, that's right. Geez, it was Friday. I don't know how much time you'll be able to get there tomorrow, unless. Well, I don't know. I was just really it's like a convention. There's never can never get to do anything during a convention or be anywhere else but the convention. But then maybe after hours, there's not quite it's not quite like an Adepticon sort of situation. That well maybe that's it. I mean that's I keep forgetting how that what it's 11:09 here. I keep thinking it's like 9 o'clock. But boy, Armor Wolf, it was really wild to see the Dark Eldar there in that case. Well, now I think it'll be even more fun to crank out some more Dark Eldar stuff to add to that. Let's do this. Now, again, I can only hope that the printers are behaving themselves. And like I said, let's see, it's 11 now, so maybe 12:30-ish or so. I might just run down there just to look and see, because at least that way, maybe I can prevent it from making a giant brick and I lose more of my resin. So at least then I can just like stop the print or something. All right, let me get some of my greens going here. We got some of the Perline black, some of the Radiant green. That's just going to go in some of these spots here before we start doing the glazy stuff. I wonder. Let's see. I do have some of the other creature caster dwarves, I think, sitting around in the area here. So should the need arise, we could also start painting those if we just end up getting through Boromeow too quickly. Yeah, so we'll do the burgundy stuff there, okay? Uh, Fine, I'll throw some of this into some of this. And that's going to go here. A teensy bit of that up here. More over here. Do we got another one of those? Yeah, I thought we had another one of those sitting over there. Let's do this. Now I'm thinking, yeah, let's go. Let's start doing some glazy type stuff here. We've got our Perling Crimson sitting there. Maybe some Van Dyke Brown with it. I might have to get some more of my Van Dyke Brown out here. I thought that was still reasonably intact. That's pretty not terribly intact. Yeah, just kind of a pin line wash sort of thing here. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Great to see ya. So, Grand Oracle, yeah, I don't know if you heard the story where I had to once again hammer away one of those resin bricks. Only this time I had to do it in the house instead out on the sidewalk. Which actually turned out to be better because I think I didn't add any more new scratches to that build plate. Oh, by the way, that other build plate is on the way. Again, it could be sooner than February 22nd because sometimes it'll say, it's going to arrive this time a long ways from now, and then it shows up a whole lot sooner. Hey there, Horns fan. Yeah. Sorry about that. Uh, I didn't get to see the game, Horns fan. Obviously, I can only just listen to radio calls. Just as I was writing Armored Wolf some messages, there was a Facebook post of the Strip 6. That was bizarre. Grand Oracle, it's the ultimate speed paint, right? It is the ultimate speed paint, but with the oils. So again, Sorry about that, Horns fan. Uh, I really thought that Penn State was going to win that game last night, and that then when Texas got that touchdown there, I'm just thinking, okay, at the end of the well, towards the end of the first half, I'm thinking this is a repeat of the Penn State Notre Dame game. Well, guess I shouldn't have thought that. Horns fan, I mean, it was it second and goal at the 2, and then all of a sudden, I don't know why. I'm not sure why yours was at the 20-yard line because I don't think they had any yardage loss plays before that. Because when I'm seeing the replay, I mean, he's way, way, way back there, like it is 21 or 22 when that gets yanked away. Grand Oracle, it's just last night's palette. There was, yeah, Armored Wolf and I were doing messages, and like I said, I was trying to get printing stuff going. So I thought, well, let's just save a little bit of time since we're just doing this. Actually, Grand Oracle, it's going to be, well, actually, too, I might need some of this fluoro stuff. That's the other reason why I kept the palette, because I might need this for when I'm doing the, if I have to do some more of the little creature caster dwarves. So yeah, Grand Oracle, basically all three printers were driving me absolutely insane. At about, I don't know, 7:20 this morning, I just gave up and said, I'll just try and do this later. Okay. All right. That's why. Yeah, Horns fan. Now, don't blame me. It ain't my fault. I forget which of the announcers it was pre-game that was talking about a propensity for the other team to end up with the ball, and he's the one that jinxed Texas. It was not me. It was not me. But he said, yeah, there's one thing Texas has a tendency to do. Believe it or not, Horns fan, we're not that far away. I do believe that the footy season actually starts maybe like the third week of March, which sound oh yeah, that's far away. That's not that far away. That's only weeks away when you really think about it. Horns fan, I'm so confused now because we had a glorious college football Thursday followed by a college football Friday, and now there's going to be playoff games on Thursday and also Saturday. It's going to be very confusing, Horns fan. Crazy Wolf, yeah, I used well, you've heard how I used to be able to when NHK World was still broadcast here. I used to actually be able to keep track of what was going on with sumo. Obviously, I can maybe try and do some Google stuff to see what's happening in the world of sumo. Horns fan, actually, Armored Wolf would know if Adepticon tickets go on sale this Sunday. I guess Armored Wolf. Do I need to get a? I guess I need to get a badge. I guess so. I again apologize for my ignorance on it. Look at this Grand Oracle. Talk about pinline wash activity. Right, look at that. That's what you call some pinline wash. Right there. That's like mega pinline wash. We're just gonna let that all mix together here. Hoynes fan, there was one. American. There'll always be like an American guy kind of featured in some of those. Okay, I think we're good here. Well, one thing though, Horns fan. Now I wish Elite were here. Basically, both of the teams that are now in the final had bad losses. Right, Horns fan? What was the thing that we keep? What's our mantra? We don't want to hear about good losses and bad losses anymore because both Notre Dame and Ohio State each had catastrophic losses to unranked teams. So that's you never know how it's going to go, right, Blades? How you doing, Blades? Everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. Sorry I didn't get a chance to check out your stream there, Blades. Sorry about that. Blades, if you want to post some of your stuff, I think you just made an Insta post earlier today. Was that a Facebook post? So yeah, Horns fan, and even Texas, right? They had their loss, and Texas, they were able to beat the teams they had to beat. So yeah, I think well, at least I'm hoping, Horns fan, that we never hear the term "that was a good loss" ever again, right? No more of that. Actually, for a little bit there, last night I thought it was going to be an all Big Ten final, which I don't think that could have never happened before. Yeah, there's no way that could have happened before because it had to be from, even with the 14 playoff, the teams had to be from different conferences, or at least I think so. Of course, now with these mega conferences, right? Oh, Blades, I'll have to send you a picture. Well, it's a screen capture. So let me see if I can dig this out. So I'm doing poker chips for Adepticon, where this is on one side, and on the other side is the Kathy Giro figure, specifically this one. So this is one side, and the other side of the poker chip is the flaming chainsaw wizard there. So everybody, please check out the link that Blades just posted, and please give Blades a follow. So Valfera, we'll see. We will see what kind of day it is, depending on what happens with the prints. Now, like I was telling Armored Wolf at such a little bit ago, I'm gonna have to. I think maybe around midnight, maybe a little after midnight, I have to run downstairs because unfortunately it's not the bamboo. I have to run down there and then kind of do a little double check there on the printer, see what's going on with it, to see if I'm making more resin bricks or not, and if that's what's happening, I'll just stop the print. So we're just trying to do a little bit of this in here. Again, I'm trying to figure out how I can translate, because I'm hoping for this Boromeow to actually have some of these kind of stripes and markings on him. So yeah, Velfred, that's what happened yesterday. Well, overnight into yesterday. That's what I was talking about on stream. Now again, it's the third time it's happened, but you do have to. And I was trying to explain this to Sectorix. I've done many dozens and dozens of prints in between when this happened. I think the last time this happened, it was about 80 some odd degrees outside. Hey there, Megan. So Megan, oh, you didn't. Where's here he is? So Megan, you didn't get the chance to see. I was going. Oh, that's right, Megan. I was supposed to send you pictures of this. I even took pictures to send you, but I forgot. Sorry about that. So yeah, there is the Gimli cat. Thank you so much, Grant Oracle. Could definitely use a little bit of this right now for sure. So Megan, if you wanted to post some of your stuff in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, Megan has got figures now that are, you can get those. It's on the eBay's, right? Not the Etsy's. So Megan, I might have to, believe it or not, I might have to resort to eBay myself because, well, it's I don't think we're going to be able to get that merchant site set up
So
anytime
say
soon.
we all.
So I might have to go the eBay route there as we thank Recoil for the gift subs to Nurgle. Oh, look at that, Nurgle Matthews getting one. Hey there, Nurgle
So
Matthew, how you
say we
doing?
all.
Oh man, my hype train cookies are in the other room, aren't they? Or are they? No, they're in here somewhere. I don't know.
So
I don't
say we
remember where.
all.
I don't remember where they went. They're around here somewheres. But there is this. Look out! All aboard the Linseed
So say
Express.
we
There it
all.
is. All aboard the Linseed Express. Is it the hype train or is it a hypno train?
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. Now, I think we're, let's see, we already did the green eyes on a few. I'm actually going to maybe go with something
So
that's more
say
of
we
a,
all.
I might go more of a bluish. Let me see something real quick. No, I'm going to go with like a yellow. We'll go with that. And again, we're going to do some like the stripy type things on here. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. That looks like a level 2 is the to me, with a little bit more of a Blitzkrieg. And of course, this Blitzkrieg involved a little bit of submarine warfare, a little bit of sub warfare right there. Which means we're going to celebrate this right here. Where is it? There it is. There you go. All aboard the hype train. All aboard. There it is. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Hype train. All aboard that hype train. I'm just wondering where the heck are those? They're up here somewhere. We'll give you one more. Oh, there it is. It's coming right at you. There it goes. Hey there, Landrast. Actually, Landrast, I forgot to ask if you went and saw a movie. Because, well, of course, I thought it was Friday or Saturday because, college football and all. So, yeah, I wasn't sure if you saw yourself a movie last night. So, thanks, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. Yeah, now I gotta find those other cookies because I thought I actually had them in here somewheres. I don't see them there. Are they over here? No, they're not in there. Well, there's a shelf there I could have put them in. Where did they? Where are they hiding? No idea where. Well, I think I'm gonna be moving some stuff around in here, which is a great idea, right, Grand Oracle? Because I'll totally forget where everything is. Did they end up in here? No. Did they end up over here? No, not over there. So not sure where they went. So thank you so much. Yeah, Valfira. Well, I think I sent you the picture, right, Valfira? So yeah, just to show where the brain is. Yeah, I remember I told you I was going to get that second pair of shears, and I said as soon as these arrive in the house, I'll find the other pair. And no sooner, I literally take those things out of the package when they arrive. I walk downstairs to check on a print, and literally staring at me is the stupid cutters that I just replaced. So again, that kind of tells you where the brain is here. So thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate. Oh, and everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow. Geez, Recoil, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow. Actually, Recoil, I don't think you streamed last night, right? Because, well, I think it was 8 something o'clock in the morning my time when I finally got to sleep. It was about 8:15 maybe. And I don't think you were streaming then. So yeah, Blades, that's how we roll here. That is how we roll. So Megan, again, if you wanted to post any pictures of your stuff, and same thing, Blades, I wasn't sure if you had a chance to post anything yet. So recoil, is it in the 30s or is it actually all the way up in the 40s now? And of course, we were just talking that footy season is not that many weeks away. Yep, footy season is it's coming soon. Actually, well, the teams are probably in their training camps right now, right, Recoil? So everybody, please check out that the link tree there that Megan just shared. And again, please give Megan Paints a follow. Also, please give Blades a follow there and check out Blades' Insta. So Blades, thanks for painting that Kathy there. As always, appreciate that. And again, thanks to everybody who got those Kathy figures, because that was a big help for us. And of course, Rico, thanks again for the subs. Yeah, Rico, I thought I had a poker chip out here. But Rico, I'm just thinking that poker chip is not much bigger than this. We could actually paint poker chips, Recoil. So Rottweiler, I think I sent you that picture, didn't I? Or that screen capture of the poker chips. Hey there, Rottweiler, how you doing? Blades, did I send you a picture of this? Of course, I'm probably going to drop it again. So this thing here, this thing fell a couple of streams ago, like from a great height. This thing was in about 20 pieces. Now, I still have not found some of the missing pieces of this guy. So I still need his other legs. So what I'm going to have to do is basically pull these legs out of here, paint another guy, and stick him in there. I think I actually did manage to find almost all the other parts. There's one missing here. And I think that's, well, there's another, okay, so there's two parts missing. This and this, people don't really notice that. But so what I'll try and do is print up yet another rider or driver and stick him in there. So Blades, I just thought that you would have a special appreciation of that because, well, you just what you just told me about the Kathy figure. So yeah, that happened on stream. Remember Valfera? I showed it was just the base and the chariot. Here's the thing: is that the chariot was underneath the chair the entire stream. I couldn't find it. I was even using one of my stupid little flashlights to find it during the stream. Could not find that thing. And the only reason I ever found it is because after the stream, I very carefully moved my chair. It looked like, holy smokes, it's under the chair. Hey there, Legion of Grey, how you doing? Everybody please give Legion of Grey Plastic a follow as well. So great to see you there, Legion. And of course, Recoil, if you want to post any of your stuff there in the chat, please go ahead and everybody give Rottweiler 60. Oh, hey, same thing there, Rottweiler. Yeah, post some stuff in the chat. So yeah, Rottweiler. It was another fabulous college football weekend. None of which was on Saturday. None of which was on Saturday. So it's definitely something that the brain's gonna have to get used to. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Recoil just shared, and please give Recoil a follow. Now here we're gonna go with, you know what? I don't think we've done actual like orange. We've done mostly green. Oh yeah. Well, no, we did orange for a cat doff here. So what we're gonna try and do here then is like a greenish yellow maybe. Let's see if that'll work. Yeah, Velfair. I mean, that thing was literally destroyed. I mean, it was just. I had to scrape the pieces out of the carpet, and most of the pieces were actually smaller than this. Like there was like a horse's hoof and another hoof somewhere. So Legion of Grey, I sent a. I don't know if I sent. Well, I know I sent you the. And this will probably be the most important link that you get. There's a search engine that shows all of the stuff because you got the you got the army painter, right? Legion of Grey. So yeah, I'll send you that link that's got the search engine, and that way you can just search for the things that you want. Now every so often, Legion of Grey, I include that. Now, of course, the thing is, it wasn't just, oh, pick out these random pieces from the carpet. It was, okay, here's pieces of, resin sprue or supports. Here's some cat hair from 10 years ago. I mean, it was crazy. So yeah, Legion of Grey. Well, actually, if you want to shoot me another, just shoot me a PM via Patreon there. Then I can just send you a link direct from there. Yeah, do that, and I can just send you a link direct from there. Oh, let's get some of that brown over here on this hand too. Well, tan, I guess. So that's definitely a testament to the oils, right, Velfair, that the thing could literally be disintegrated. Yeah, well, either way, there, Legion of Grey. I might just send you that link instead of sending you the long list of links. I might just send you the search thing because there you don't have to fool around with searching through that list, line by line. You could just go, I want to see iris oils. Hey, there's Sector X. Nice to see you there, Sector X. Appreciate you being here, of course. Sector X, yeah, well, I especially appreciate. I know it's super busy for you. Sector X, that display looks fantastic. Now, I have to say, I was a little bit bummed with those. Was it the not the Omni? Well, the Omni 3 was that was a complete disaster. But the curio stuff, yeah, those files are not really the greatest. And I was hoping to have basically wall cabinets that would kind of be like that. I even bought the LED strings there, Sectorix. Some of them were kind of had the remote control to them and such. No problem there, Legion of Grey. So yeah, Legion of Grey, again, I apologize for all the craziness here. It's just, well, we kind of have a Kathy 2.0 situation going on here with the family and stuff. So that is why things have been a little bit extra lunacy lately, or ever since September, really. Now, let me, here, let's do, alright, come on, come on. Take this lighter stuff, we're gonna walk, ooh, there's too much thinner on that. That was way too much thinner. Okay, there we are. I mean, his pupil is gonna walk through that anyway, so no big deal. Now here, this is interesting. I'm taking the fluoro yellow, mixing it with our fast matte white, and there it is. Okay. And you know what? I'm gonna actually put that on Boromeow's horn over here. So yeah, Sector X, that really looks sensational. That's really what I was hoping to do again with the curio stuff because it actually has those little you can print it out where it has slots where you can put that kind of stuff in there. And I was really hoping to be able to utilize that. So Legion of Grey, I don't know if have you had a chance to see any of the airbrush videos yet? Those have been really, really, really fun. Actually, Sectorix, I think I sent you the link to the dragon one, right, Sectorix? Not sure if I did, but if I let me know if I didn't, and I'll shoot you a link to that. Hey, Denethor, how you doing? Where you at? Where you hiding? Okay, so this is the influence clearly of that stupid wizard. He's like, well, actually, it's kind of the elves. It's like that's really not how I remember you looking the last time I saw you. It's like, well, it was a long journey to Rivendell and stuff happened. So how you doing there, Denethor? Yeah, so Sigrid, I'll shoot you that link, and hopefully you'll be able to check that out. Recoil, check this out. So there's Pincushion Boromeow right there. Now, of course, again, I highly recommend if you're going to be printing these out, just do your own supports because every single one the supports failed because I think they're trying to have like as light a touch as possible, and unfortunately, it's not providing enough support. So definitely just do your own supports on them. You will be much happier. Denethor, sorry that you also got nabbed by the holiday bug, which seems to be just really attacking a lot of folks. Actually, Megan, were you able to survive there? Well, especially since the kids were home from school, I was kind of hoping that that actually meant it kind of reduced your exposure profile to look at this. Check this out, Grand Oracle. Remember how shiny this thing was? Now it's completely just flat there, and of course we're gonna do the same deal like what we did with Gimli's cloak there. Well, Landrast, just show him how he can do it himself. Then he has to do it on his own. There you go. So Denethor, it's been crazy trying to get some of the printers figured out. They've been doing a little bit of mischief. I mean, it just kind of it's a weird cycle. And because I print so much stuff, if I was the average person, this would probably almost never happen. But since I'm printing out 7 days a week, that just there's more percentage of things that are just kind of go haywire. So yeah, there's it just kind of goes that way for weeks and weeks. The printers just work as they should, and then there's just like one day or one part of a week where they all just at once just start acting really weird, and then they just as quickly go normal again. I think with the bamboo, I don't think it was actually a thermal issue. I think it just might have been. It was a file where you kind of had to do the non-manifold edges. What I ended up doing was just taking it into the Windows whatever software there and just doing the repair there and saving it. But I printed up a different file, which also had the same error. That one seems to be printing fine now. So Denethor, yeah, these. What's nice is that now that we're having an actual winter here, where it's in like the 20s and teens outside, that means that my printing area is the temperature it's supposed to be. Yeah, not like last year, where December, January, and February were the new July and August. Again, it's not like it's been cold. Again, like I said, it's been in the mid 20s, something like that. Actually, Megan, I wasn't sure if you were getting some of that snow. I think maybe it might be the next round where you might be getting some lake effect or something like that. I'm not really sure you got a whole bunch this time around. So, like I said, I've got somewhere around here, probably somewhere behind me, I've got those other dwarves, I think. At least I thought I did. Oh well, they were around somewhere. Let me get this too. Who knows? Maybe I'll look for those. when I skedaddle off downstairs to again do a little double check on those prints just to make sure they're going. Well, not so much worried about the bamboo because I can check that via Bambi Cam. The Mono X, not so much. So yeah, I mean, I was wondering because I mean, even here, okay, it's been snowing since almost this time last night, and basically there's maybe I don't even think there's 2 inches of snow on the ground. Obviously, folks down south got a wee bit more. Ah, boy, Sectorix. Well, that's the when I was at Gen Con, that's the booth where I'm working, and that was where my airbrush. Well, what would you say the new airbrush experience began was with Badger years ago. I think probably about 2016 ish or so. Hey there, Arid, how you doing? Everybody, please give Eric a follow. And of course, Arid, if you want to post a link in the chat, your Pinterest link there, please go ahead. And of course, Arid will be streaming Saturday, 7 p.m. Pacific time. So, Sectorix, is that the one with the die-cast toys? There's probably a whole bunch of blog posts with me and Badger stuff. But I think you heard the original story of that, right, Sectorix? If not, I'll kind of tell you the original story of how the whole Badger thing came to pass. Oh, it's the factory tour. Okay, so yeah, that was probably 2019, maybe. Yeah, that might be 2019. So it's the one time I was going to a convention where I was not supposed to be working it. Because every convention I've ever done since 1993, I have had to basically be working that convention, whether I have a dealer's table or there's an art show or like Adepticon or something where I'm teaching classes, whatever. But this one here, we were just supposed to poke our heads in the door. It was called Little Wars, and that was in April, so less than a month after Adepticon. And I look in there, and there's Ken from Badger just sitting at a table by himself, bored out of his mind because, well, not a whole lot was going on. And we said, "So what you doing here?" He says, "What are you guys doing here?" And then I started asking him if anybody was buying primer and airbrushes, and he said, "Nah." And I said, "Well, would you want me to, do some demos or something like that?" And he said, "Well, all I got is Steinorez, and I don't have anything for you to paint." So Kathy went like 2 booths down, got some die-cast metal tanks. I had to peel off the stickers, and that's where I just threw in some of the rust-colored primer, started spraying that. Then I threw in the black primer, sprayed that. Then I threw in the gray primer, sprayed that. Then I sprayed some of the white, and I set it down on the table. I said, "There's a PZ4 with Dunkel Grau." So yeah, you might be able to find that blog post there, Sectorix. If you just look for Badger airbrush and tanks or something like that. But yeah, that was where I for the very first time, and ever since then, when Ken say does something like a Gen Con or whatever, I try to help him out there. And I mean, we had a whole routine and everything that we would do. No, he's not getting gloves because I see the fur there. Okay, so but that needs to get some patterns on it. Here we're going to fake something up there because you can't hardly see that. So yeah, almost wow, uh, almost 10 years later. I'm pretty sure it was 2016. I mean, it could have been earlier than that, but I'm pretty sure it was 2016. It's pretty crazy, right, Sector X? So again, we're just gonna throw some of this lighter stuff over here. Also, yeah, on this up here, like you do. So again, great to see you there, Arid. Appreciate you stopping in. Yeah, I appreciate everybody coming in here, and of course, thanks so much for the hype train too. I'm gonna Yeah, let me just grab my fast matte white with the Indian yellow here. Sectrix, I think there might have been like a Wapelius code. You could type in Wapelius and see if anything happens. It's been so many years. I'm pretty sure that there is actually a Wapelius code, but I've never, in all these years, never actually, never gotten anything from that. All these years going by. See you in a bit there, Irid. See you in a bit. We're only 46 minutes in, anyhows. Yep, 46 minutes ago, this had absolutely nothing on it. I know that's a huge suck, right, Valfira? So Valfira, I know that's yeah. I know there's a couple other folks down in Tennessee. They've gotten something like 13 inches or so in the last couple of days. I don't think you got quite that much, right? I know that I forget if it was northeastern parts of Tennessee, like north of Knoxville. We're supposed to get that, and maybe if Memphis area was supposed to get hit harder. I was also trying to keep an eye out for North Carolina for AD Creations and see how AD was doing. So about 4 to 5. Yeah, I think Dave. He said they had something like 10 inches and then another round of 3 or 4, something like that. I guess today. So Sector X. Look up. Is it USA Airbrush Armored Wolf? So yeah, Sector X. Look up. There is no Badger Online, I believe. It's actually USA Airbrush. So type that in and see if anything comes up. Again, I could be wrong, but I think that's where you got to go. Is again to USA Airbrush. I could be wrong, but I think that's where you have to go. Don't ask me why it's like that. I think it just is. Oh, that was the other thing. Well, Valfira, I have an assignment for you. You're like, come on, man, give me a break here. I keep forgetting to get that airbrush cleaner. Just going on Amazon or Dick Blick or whatever. Yeah, I keep forgetting to do that. At least I got the furnace filters. And of course, the furnace filters are less about the furnace and more about me trying to make a homemade airbrush booth filter kind of thing. So we'll see how that goes. Not sure how that's going to go. Okay, yeah, we're going to get a little bit more of his here, though. Again, we're going to get some of that dark on his fur, too, so kind of doing some stripey type things on him there. Thanks, Velfira. Appreciate that. So Citrix, I don't know. Yes, I'm not surprised there's no code. Like I said, I have. There's very. I think the only other. Well, I guess Battlecraft. There's a. I think there's a code with them, right, Sectorix? Megan. I think that was one of Kathy's favorite things, right? Wasn't it was like a website thing, and there was Lone Star Runner or something like that, Megan, and there was emails, games, characters, and then there was like that the demon guy, right, Megan? Wasn't was that Trogdor? Was the demon guy? Oh, Sectorix, I did send them an email, by the way. I sent them an email with pictures and all that other kind of stuff, and told them, kind of what you and I were doing and stuff with the airbrushes. So that the ball is in their court now, Sectorix. I let them know what was going on. We'll see. I don't think I've gotten any answers yet, but it is, well, sort of the weekend, I guess. By the time they see it, it'll probably be next week. So yeah, Megan, that was one of Kathy's favorite things, and I think it was who was the one guy that had the really funky voice, and I could swear he also like answered emails or something, or he had like his own little fan mailbox. We're talking years and years ago, so that's why I don't really remember it too well. Megan, well, you have to shoot me a link to that, Megan. Is that an STL file? And of course, again, everybody, please give Megan Paints a follow. Strong Bad, that's it. Hey, Nerifel, how you doing? Nerifel, we had an appearance by a certain other cat. Yeah, we had an appearance by a certain other cat last night. This really displeases me. This is a one cat house. It's not like a 10 cat. It's like a zoo in here. What's going on, man? It's like, dude, what's the problem? Just chill. It's like, well, first there's the guy that he smells bad. It's like, what do you mean the guy that doesn't do his business in his litter box? It's like, no, 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 the guy with the pipe weed. Oh, yeah, him. Why do you think I got this? I just blow that pipe weed away. So yeah, Neri fell. I do believe, yeah, Gimli, Gimli and Prinkles had a little bit of a back and forth there, shall we say? So Valfyric, can you say with his three eyes, he's staring daggers at him? It's like, oh, what could possibly go wrong, man? What are you talking about? Is that how is that how he ends up like this? Yeah, Megan, that would be super cool. That would be ultra cool. So yeah, now let's start thinking about what kind of dark stuff we're doing on this. Let me roll with this. Let me roll with this here. So he's got himself some kind of pupils, and this eye too. Thanks, Megan. Appreciate that. So Nerifel, hopefully you've had a chance to maybe do a little bit of painting or something like that lately. Uh, Come on, a little more dark there. A little something there. Now, Rico, I'm guessing that you guys are doing some more BG3 tonight. Somehow, gotta figure out a way here. Okay, we're gonna get this much darker here first to start with. Let's do that first. And then we've got ourselves that little bit of a line there. And then we're going to try to have some markings here if we can. Because we haven't really done that. Doing some BG3, okay. Oh, yeah, I think that might help a little there. So great to see you there, Nerifel. Again, thanks everybody for joining. I know it's late. Again, apologize for the lateness of the stream once again. That wasn't really exact. I thought maybe it was going to be able to not be early, but at least not quite so late, but did not work out that way. Oh, wait a minute. Let me get this dark up in there. And something down here. We'll have to get some lighter stuff on that sort. Also, some of our, manganese blue. Manganese blue hue. We've been fooling around with that lately here. So Grand Oracle, we've got, I think there's about 10 of the high, oh, actually, Grand Oracle, I think I already have the fluorescent colors here. Well, I found a blue one, and I'll show you the container. I think it is exactly the golden high flow, so I was glad I didn't get at least the blue one, because I know I have the blue. I think somewhere is also the green and the orange and the yellow. That might still be amongst Kathy's painting stuff. I'm glad you found that there, Sectorix, because I think it even shows them like in their toy form, right, Sectorix? And I wasn't lying, right, when I said that they were literally just how are we gonna do this little M right here on the forehead? Maybe like this, and then something like that. So yeah, Sectorix before Instagram, right around the time I started doing Facebook. But yeah, before there was Instagram or Twitch or whatever, that before there was even the Patreon page, there was that. Actually, well, Legion of Grey again. I know that I'm always asking folks to post anything that they've got going on, but if there is something, I know you say, oh, we're gonna have to wait a little bit before I can post stuff, or before you can. And again, Megan and Blades, thanks for being here. I know it's really late for you guys. Yeah, I understand. It's a Friday, but still it is late. So again, thanks for being here. I'm gonna try and a little bit of that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Legionnaire, I know that you had all kinds of talk about mischief and mayhem. Oh, and here's hoping. I know that you're hoping to start doing some of the streaming again. Yeah, hoping Legion of Grey, you have yourself a really big year here in 2025. Yeah, here we go. So, and again, for Adepticon, Let me see. So we're hoping to have poker chips with this on one side and this miniature on the other. At least that's the graphics that I sent them. No idea how they're actually gonna look. We'll see when we see. So yeah, look at this Commander. Look at it. It all looks like it's completely dry. Now I'm gonna try and do a little bit of some not just shading there, but some texturizing. Gonna use you as a bit of a blending brush there. So thanks Megan. Now there is, I'm hoping, towards the either the end of January here, or at least the start of February, to maybe experiment with some very much earlier starts on Saturday, as in maybe something more around 5 or so in the afternoon. Obviously, I also have to figure out some way of having food ready to go because there's obviously I'd have to get that going myself. Let me get back to my Boromir picture there. Okay. All right, let's do something that's a bit more towards the gold there, but that also is going to have some green on it too. So something like this. More and more over here. Yeah. On this stuff. Also there. Also there. So yeah, Sectrix, impossible as it sounds. Yes, I'm hoping somehow to be able to do stuff to do stuff earlier. Good. I do have some of this over here. I'm gonna grab me some of my yellow here and the Terra Rosa. Put this stuff up here. Let me get some thinner into that. For here, oh yeah, over here too. There's a little bit of orange in there. That's what's going to make that separate. And of course, let's see. I know I did have fromage today. It wasn't much because I never got a chance to get to the store. I think the few minutes that I would have spent going to the store were spent uh, sweeping snow. Yeah, that's how little we had. I just took a broom and just pushed it away a couple of times. It was broom snow. The folks in Texas and Tennessee, well, I think they had a little bit more than broom snow. I think Amarillo, Texas, somewhere around a foot of snow or something like that. Just breaking down some of my fast mat white here. Oh, again, by the way, 1 hour ago, this was a blank canvas miniature, right, Landrast? Oh, hey, Landrast, have you had a chance to do any to take the Galeri to that big old terrain board there? I'll have to send you pictures of the giant dwarf tavern because now it's at the last few pieces now. I think there's one other main structure piece, and then the other pieces are the roof. This does still have a little bit of yellow in it. This is not entirely just straight up white. I get a little bit of that up here. Oh, where's our Gimli? So see, we've got these bands, alternating bands, a light and dark and set, like right over there. That's what we're trying to do here on our on Boromir's or Borokitty's horn or Boromeow. Ah, there we are. Nope, that ain't where that's supposed to go. Oh, gee, it's like we have an eraser. I'm not saying, I'm just saying this is something you can do with the oils. Good luck doing that with acrylic, because you can't. Feather that just a little bit more there. Nope, you just can't do that with the acrylics. Try and get me a smidge of light there, and then a little something right along the top there. Trying to get as close to our white as possible. Pop some of that like right in there. Ah, yep. I gotta do something here. Come on, that line too. Legion, it's I think just earlier today I saw a post where there was yet another miracle acrylic product that was supposed to have the same capillary action as oils, which is physically impossible because hydrodynamics works a certain way, and it don't work that way. It is an impossible thing for the acrylics to do what the oils do. Yet the claims continue to be made over and over again. And of course, we know Legion of Grey that the big acrylic has tried to sabotage us here many times over the year, hasn't it? Yes, indeed. We were on to them right away, weren't we? Weren't we, Valfera? Ah, fine. I'll just stick my hand on there. I'm gonna have to repaint that thing anyhow. So now we're starting to get some lighter lights on Borokitty there. So yep, Legion. Any strong metaphors? Those will get modded out there, unfortunately. Since there's folks that they actually do watch this with kids that are much younger. So yeah, any spicy metaphors are going to be modded there. Let me. No. We should get some of our. We'll wait to get some of our blue in there. But down here, on that sword blade, I can start getting some lighter stuff there. You know what? I might also throw a little bit of light there. A little bit of our light on that side of the blood channel there. So again, this is going to get all the fucking foliage, just like our Gandalf will here. Hey there, Eric. Nice to see you back. So Eric, I guess even though there wasn't a stream, it was still maybe some post stream, let out the dog and such. Gonna try maybe sneak a little bit more of our lighter stuff onto our Boro kitty here. Legion of Grey. There's vested interests. Yes, there are vested interests, and basically their whole mantra is that oils are toxic and deadly. You can't possibly use those. Everybody within 1,000-mile radius will die if you use them. So if they try to do oils themselves after trying to use that as a sales tactic, then kind of that the gig is up then, right? If they said it's like, wait a minute, we thought you said that oils were super toxic and they'll kill you if you even touch them. Now you're starting to make oil paint products. Let me use this as a blending brush here. So yeah, basically that was part of the active thing to just basically say, oh no, you can't use those. Those are dangerous. Maybe if you're fixing on, I don't know, making a meal out of them, then that would definitely be inadvisable. If you're planning, like most of us, to keep the oil paints on the outside of your face instead of on the inside, you'll be just fine. Because of course we're not using a giant vat of thinner. We're using a tiny little water bottle cap of high quality odorless thinner, and we're not using the thinner to clean the brushes. We're using this. Oh, look at that. Also for acrylics. And look at that. See, not hazardous, no vapors. So yes, that definitely means you're all good. No nasty things. Hey there, Sloopfuck. How you doing? Nice to see you there, Sloopfuck. Happy... now it is a happy Saturday. So Sloop, kind of fun. Oh, and Valfira, that I gotta... Thanks for sending the link for the jars there. We'll try and get to... I used to have a whole bunch of the Badger ones. If I can find those, then maybe I can hold off on getting the Amazon ones. If I can't find them, there's one place I'm going to look, and they should be there. If they are not in there, I'm just going to say the heck with it, and I'll just like, oh, and then I'll immediately find them when they arrive, right? Velfir, oh, do I have any here? No, see, I don't have any here. I used to have some where it really was chewed away. Of course, uh, again, here's there's a typical paint. It's got glue. It's got, look at, there's sand and gravel there on the brush. So great to see you there, Schlupfunk. Appreciate you being here. Where the heck did my, oh, there it is. It's like, where'd my manganese blue go off to? There you are. You're gonna go there. Is there, oh yeah. I'm gonna just chuck a little bit of that onto over here. Yep. Come on. Get on there. Now we'll try to do some of our lighter lights. So get our white here. Try and maybe have some of that manganese blue on there. And let's start doing some chainmail here. Legion of Grey, let me tell you, I wish I had, well, you hear me say all the time, I wish I had the oils for this, or I wish I had the oils for that. This is something, boy, oh boy, this is right before the oils. This is maybe, I want to say, a year and a half ish before I started using the oils. Man, I would have, for the buildings, for the miniatures, for all of it, would have really loved that. Man, it would have been super fun. Now, of course, this is before there ever was 3D printing. That's why you're looking at MDF style terrain. Yes, remember the days where your whole house smelled like it was burning, and that was your terrain? Yeah, that's some of that good old fashioned MDF style terrain. And I could fill at least an 8 by 8 table with this because there's a giant MDF printed siege train. This is only a portion of it right here. This is just kind of the basic Wappleville right here. So yeah, and that's for Wild West Exodus. You can see little tea lights in the building. We're still doing that to this day. Of course, the tea lights are much fancier now than they were then. And all of this stuff here, man, that would have been so much faster with the oils. Also, this is where we first started using the bark and branch method of basing. Yeah, so and those go back to like 2012. That's how we know that the bark and branch basing method is just fine over the course of time. And again, you can see all those really fun colors there. You can imagine how easy that would have been with the oil paints. It would have taken 30% of the time. That's not an exaggeration. It might have even taken 20% of the time. There you go. Let me see there. Oh, no problem there, Legion of Grey. Yeah, that's circa, again, right around 2012, 2013. That's when I think I started doing the Wild West Exodus stuff, and of course that was one of the first non-GW companies to start doing the plastic sprues because obviously that was done via Kickstarter and then done overseas. Actually, Sector X, you can check out all the Wild West Exodus stuff on the blog. There's a ton of Wild West Exodus stuff on the blog. We actually we were doing battle reports and such. We even the terrain board that we meant to use for Wild West Exodus eventually ended up getting used for Bolt Action instead because Wild West Exodus was sold and it was kind of like an MESBG kind of thing where all the stuff that we had got wiped out. And of course, that's why we're working on Wii SPG. So we're working on the Wappleville version of Middle Earth Strategy Battle Game, which is actually 3 games in one now. Because remember, we're also working up our rules for Middle Earth War at Sea, where we take the MESBG rules and adapt them for literally fighting on 28 millimeter ships. Because who doesn't want to be doing? It's almost like, was it Man of War? I think that was the old system back in the day. You know what? That thing got a little bit foggy right there. Now, we'll take me some burgundy color here. That's going to go on that sword in a couple of places. Definitely down here. I mean, it's facing right towards this. How would it not reflect at least some of that? So yeah, Legion of Grey, there's probably at least 100 and some odd blog posts about Wild West Exodus. So if you want to see more, there's a ton there on the blog. And now that's one of the reasons why I got myself the 3 foot by 3 foot photo booth, the iPad and such, so that I can try and basically do little reels and such about the and the way I used to do the blogs. And of course, I'm trying to make those army showcase videos. Gee, Legion of Grey, that might, because I think the Tomb Kings had about 114. Now, the Lizardmen might have a couple of hundred. I'm just trying to think what else might have that. Bolt Action has also probably a large volume of posts to it. So, yeah, of course, there's tons of terrain making posts on Bolt Action. You can see the town of what the heck was it? Nouvion. That's right. Yes, the town of Nouvion. That was one of the later ones. You can see the all the blog posts about the 1944 Monte Cassino Fallschirmjägers. So that's probably around 2018, and that was around I think 2018, 2019. That's when I stopped doing stuff on the blog, and then all basically had to shift over to things like Instagram. Blending brush, where you hiding? There you are. Now we'll get some of that down here. Also, I'll try to get some of the mud spatter on Boz here as well. You know what? I'm gonna do this here and see if I mean there's a messed up brush for you. Yeah, that's right. I should have known that Legion of Grey, because huge surprise. It's also the probably the biggest, the most Patreon tutorials would probably fall under the category of basing techniques. Even though they might be part of other series and all that other kind of stuff, like the army painting series. Because if there's 42 army painting, no 44 army painting series, which means there's 44 basing episodes alone, just for that, just for the army painting series. Getting rid of whatever that. Again, that was probably me trying to get up here and bashing into that thing. Fine, I'll just grab a little bit more of that. Maybe, yeah, I'll just catch a little bit again of our texture up there, and then we'll play off of that with our other brushes. Yeah, so again, that's starting to get the same kind of texture that Gimli's cloak did. So I think in a little bit here, I do want to skedaddle off to go check the resin printers and see if they are behaving themselves. Again, the bamboo printer I could check from here with BambiCam. There is no such thing for the Mono X printers. I think I started those prints somewhere around maybe around 9-ish, 8:40 something 9. So yeah, they've been going for at least 2 to 3 hours now. No, actually more like almost maybe as many as 4. Yeah, it's a little bit later than I thought. Now we're starting again to get the lighter texture. Then we got to come back with our darker stuff again. Then we let that all set And then we take our little blending brush stuff, and then we start smoothing that out, kind of like again what we did with Gimli there. We're kind of starting in the middle, and then we work out either way from there to the lighter side and to the darker end. Actually, that's his cloak right there. I thought that was something else. I thought it was his cowl, but nope, that is actually his cloak. See you later, Legion of Grey. Thank you so much for being here. And again, I hope that everything just kind of goes a little bit smoother now. You can get back into the swing of things, and that the painting goes really well. Of course, yeah, it might take a little bit to kind of get back up to speed and such, but again, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Yep, we need to get some more of our light up here on the edge of this undulation on the cloak. Probably some of it down here too. Again, where the light might come down and catch this cloak. Yeah, we're not going to do the blending brush on this right away. We must not be hasty little hobbitses. So Nerifeld, let's see. Well, you're probably not getting any snow up there. If all we had was maybe 2 inches tops, I'm pretty sure you have almost nothing up there. Definitely much lighter green. Okay, doing these little dots here. We will come back. We'll put some middle tone dots in there. We also have to start thinking about our little leaves down here. I want those to be a little bit on the warmer side. So I will take some Indian yellow and work that in here. Maybe a little bit of our perline black. That's our dark green. That is not black. Start getting that on our little leaves here. And again, we're not going to be doing a whole lot of painting on surfaces that are, well, rocks, since we will be putting in a whole bunch of flock and foliage. Hey, Chuckaboo, nice to see ya. Happy Saturday. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link. Is that the YouTube channel there? Yes, YouTube and Insta. So appreciate that. Let's do this. Here. On these leaves. Then we'll go a little bit lighter with those two. Yeah, and if basically you got what we got, but you might have even gotten less than we did. Actually, now that I think about it. Because it was a little bit more than a dusting. I mean, it was an actual accumulation, but I get maybe 2 inches at most. Just saving all the rest for Adepticon. Yeah, and Nerifil, that's right, last night I was telling folks that, well, now that it's moved to Milwaukee, using the current snowstorm as an example, Milwaukee's about 90 plus miles from here. And I told him all the different weather effects that were happening across a less than 90-mile wide band down in the south central plains and the Dixie Alley and such. So yeah, there might be more genuine snow for Adepticon now that it's in Milwaukee. Sloop, where's the cat lads reel? We haven't. He's like, oh yeah, thanks for that belt. Oh yeah, you don't show that. They don't show it in the movie. So Galadriel actually gave Boromir a gold belt. Essentially, and there was one miniature. It was one of my, it was either Davale or Printing Goes Ever On. Kurzlik, somebody actually did the Boromir, and it had that golden belt. because she knew that the ring was kind of going to him, and she thought if she gave him this golden belt that was basically made out of these golden leaves, that might help keep him from being too interested in the ring. Nerifel, I guess that's this Sunday coming up, which I didn't even know. Again, I'm just a wee bit out of the loop when it comes to Adepticon. So yeah, I guess tickets go on sale on Sunday. I don't know what time on Sunday. My guess is probably right around the time I'm going to try and go to sleep. Let me do this. Thanks, Loopflock. And of course, I think you saw the original. Oh yeah, RNS Studios, Galadriel with the birch trees. So you can kind of see the similarities between the two. So yeah, Nerifil, again, that's kind of beyond what I'm thinking about right now. So yeah, that's why I had no idea. So well, thanks for bringing it up because yeah, I would have never known. Let me do this and get some of that in here. Also here. No, 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 not that. Let me grab some of this. Yeah, yeah, some of that. Let's try those two things. That's some of that uh, our fabulous brown ochre from Gamlin. Just throwing a few whites here. And I guess Nerifel 80 Creations is going to Adepticon after all. So I didn't think 80 Creations was going, but we would almost have the same dinner crew. That what the Sunday night dinner crew, Nerifel? I think that's what we had, right? Yeah, the Sunday night dinner crew. I don't think it was me. It had to be Sunday. Yeah, Chakabu. I'm trying to think. Ooh, let's see. I thought maybe there was another one besides the Windsor Newton one. But yeah, I'm not surprised that the Holbein stuff would be a little funky. It's funny because when I was doing watercolors back in the day, I always wanted Holbein watercolors. The Holbein oils, I guess maybe if I tried them again, knowing what they're like, it would be a little more successful. But they tend to have a wee bit of linseed oil. I guess that Stila is streaming because I could swear that Stila was streaming just like yesterday or Wednesday or something. And of course, Stila had gotten some of the Holbeins to use. I don't think I have those here. I think those are at actually somebody else's house. That's why I have not tried those again. Maybe with some, a different set of expectations for them. Nerifel, that would be infinitely better than last year, right? Because none of those things happen for what 5 days. Well, technically longer than that because I went to Adepticon on an all-nighter. So day one of Adepticon, I'd already started with no sleep. Yeah, there cannot be a repeat of last year because no matter how many of the Wapilius Spurl brushes we paint, that would not be enough to have that Dorian Gray effect. So again, we are going to get some some kind of foliage on that tree. We don't want to just be dead trees there, but that's going to happen in the next phase. Yeah, Chocobo, if yeah, that's the one thing I can't kind of mix up myself, right? That's we could do that with our pigment powders and stuff and make our own stuff, but it's kind of hard to make your own brush cleaner, right? Actually, Nerifel, I could bring my 3 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot photo booth, which also doubles as an emergency shelter. Maybe I'll just bring that, and that could be my sleeping quarters for the weekend. All right, do I actually have? Oh, good, that is actually active there. Okay, didn't really know that. Here, let me get some of this Indian yellow in there. Remember, that Indian yellow is going to be translucent. Nerify, I think I sent you a picture of that photo booth, right, when I was first setting it up. That thing is gigantic. It's really perfect for, again, all the terrain, the ships and everything that I'm painting. Let me get back to this orange here. There we go. Touch of that here. Nerifel, it's kind of, I think there's 6 different backdrops that come with that. The I chose that blue, and it really is, it's quite the sky blue, isn't it, Nerifel? Okay, so yeah, now we're starting to see some orange on that. Now, oh yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get some of this. Oh, here we gotta get some of this lighter green on the inside of the cloak, like you do here. Where did Mr. Here you are. This thing. That is crazy. I think there's actually a super bright yellow one, Nary Phil. The Mars Black is okay, Chocobo. The Mars Black is okay, and of course, well, we were just talking about that Perline Black. Do I have a new tube? I have a new tube around here somewheres of the Perline Black. Oh, is this it? There you go. So this is, and it's only a Series 1. So Perline Black from them. Actually, their Indigo, Chocobo, I like their Indigo better than the Indigo of Williamsburg. Sacrilege, though that might be. Let's see. Purple Matter is another one from the. Oh, and Terra Rosa. Well, that's kind of a mess. I think I have maybe a newer one here that has not been used. Here we go. Oh, and Brown Matter. Oh, we got to get back to this one. And they're all Series 1. Terra Rosa, Brown Matter, Perline Black, Indigo. I think those are all Series 1. So yeah, those are some pretty fabulous ones. Again, those are from Winsor Newton. Purple Matter is another one. Maybe I will try to throw a little of this on those guys. Maybe a bit more of our orange right there. Yes, Loop Flag. I hear about Schminky and what's the one? Is Schminky's not the one with the Mosina and the Norma, or is that? No, that's something else, right? With the Mussini and the Norma. God, what brand is that? Or is that the brand? And I'm just getting them kind of, well, huge surprise. I'm getting them mixed up in my non functional brain. And of course, the Schlupflock, the Griffin colors, those, oh, not in that shelf. Ah, here we go. Here's one that's intact. So these are actually a decent price, and I've been using these a lot more, mostly because we're doing less of the pre-glaze. These are lousy for pre-glaze, but they work fine in any just about any other application. Where are we? I'm gonna go with this here because I need to really lock down the edges of this here. Come on. And then we have to come back with a really, really, really thin thing of our lighter color over the top of that, but we'll wait on that for now. I need to get me more reflected light over there. Just gonna get a little, yeah, restore that crazy yellow that hit there. Oh, we also have to start getting some of our lighter stuff on his chainmail. So here you can see, here's our Fellowship Boromir there, and here is our Boromeow. Now, like I said, I might, who knows, I might even grab, if I can find these guys, because I know I got 3 more of them prepped sitting around somewhere. Now, actually, at Nerif, I'm printing out, this is one of the things I got to check up on literally in the next couple of minutes here, is some creature caster files. They're called mounted squires or something. No, mounted barristers. Yeah, we'll see what those are. Hopefully, again, they print out well, and that's something I would be trying to paint up for Adepticon as we get a little bit more of that blue on our sword. Now on some of the chainmail here. Now let's see what happens with some of this lightest fast mat weight here. Again, yes, I'm using yesterday's palette or last night's palette. I will definitely set up another one for our Saturday stream. No idea what I'll be doing there. I might be trying to do the first of the buildings. Some of our dwarven buildings, not sure. It'll either be that or some Tomb Kings, the Highland Miniatures version of the Sneaky Snakes. Because I might just take, I have 3 units of those. I might just take one and just do the dark priming on them like, well, we did on this, right? Where it was just that dark brown. Let me approach it this way. There we go. So Nerifel, I don't know, I think you're right. I was trying to take advantage of the winter sale on my mini factory and actually was able to get some Eldar files, some more Eldar files, and also some Dark Eldar stuff. So there is more Eldar that's going to be done in some tutorials, also for live streams as well. Because, well, we could also try and do some more elves with this color scheme and, well, that basing scheme too, because reasons. They're the guys with the wind. They're not the sure is it? No, that's shuriken. No, that's what were the ones that had the they had their little wings on them. I can't. It's been too long now. I actually painted a bunch of those as a commission thing years and years ago. All right. Actually, what I also was thinking is if I had those, I could try and almost do like a chapter studies version of Eldar, where okay, this is I end in Dark Sun, this is whatever. So Chakabu, I think you've been seeing well some of the streams and of course some of the videos, like what we're doing here with the darker primer, and of course all of the Tomb King stuff. I think I got. Oh, here we go. So these miniatures, all of these kitties here, they all started out like this. So there was no pre-glaze. We started out like this. We did the lighter dry. Actually, where's that one? Here we go. Yeah, so we sort of did a little bit of a lighter dry brush like this, and then we do the. It's almost like we call it the post glaze or something like that, where it's kind of like the pre-glaze, but it's not wiped away. So that way, Chakabu, you don't have to worry about staining colors at all because you're not wiping them away. And that's a whole lot of videos. Where here we go. This was done the same way with a darker primer to start out with. Actually, this will be the next video. I'm going to be filming this, well, hopefully tomorrow before the stream, because the camera setup and everything, I believe, is all set up for that. So I will at least try to film that tomorrow, if not get it edited and rendered and such. So that is a way, again, to not have to worry about any kind of staining or whatever. That's another one of the reasons why I started doing that with the, again, so we don't have to necessarily rely on staining, because there was a whole spate of miniatures, like all the Tomb King stuff, where there was no way pre-glaze was going to work, like on the chariots or guys like this. That's too spindly for doing something like a pre-glaze. No way that's going to work. So yeah, just check out a lot of the recent tutorial vids on the Patreon page, and you'll see that an awful lot of examples of, again, not using the pre-glaze. Did I do... okay, I did do some of that up there, but also here, let me see what we can do with this. So yeah, Chakabu, remember the oils are far more opaque and far more robust than acrylics. There was one of our Wapelia. It's not this version of Wapelia Spellbrush, but the old version, the one that's sitting up there. We did one in acrylic. Well, the next year we did. It was for our stream anniversary. We did one of those with the oils with the same color scheme, and the acrylic one literally looked like it had been sitting out in the sun for a couple of years. By comparison. So yes, the brightest, most whatever acrylic colors will pale in comparison to oil paints. It's just the nature of the beast. Again, it's kind of like the capillary action. The acrylics do not have capillary action because, well, water-based. It's again just a matter of physics. It's not a good thing, bad thing, whatever. It's just, well, that's kind of how physics are. So Schloopflock, I only use the Steiner Res primer. We switched to that many years ago because we were trying to use the Vallejo stuff and, of course, the hideous spray cans and stuff, and that was just a disaster. And, of course, with the Steiner Res, you can just brush that on. Instead of having to airbrush it on. And, of course, we've done several videos on the Patreon page about mixing the Stynylrez with other forms of paint like the Liquitex inks. This is where we made the basically fluorescent primer. We painted most of the face with primer, and even a good portion of the cloak was also done with the primer before we ever hit it with the oil paints. So Schloopflock, I know you can get MIG ammo stuff because you can get MIG ammo stuff in Europe for sure. And guess who makes MIG ammo one-shot primer? That would be Badger. It's basically Stynylrez with a different label. So if you can get MIG ammo one shot, you got yourself Stynylrez. And again, I would be very, very, very shocked if you could not get MIG ammo stuff there in Europe. Because remember a little while ago, Sector X was talking about that tour of the Badger factory. Well, as I'm touring the Badger factory, I'm like, Ken, what's all this stuff over here? And it was a bunch of MIG ammo stuff. Like, what's this doing here? He says, what? You didn't know that we made MIG ammo primer? And well, what are you talking about? He said, yeah, we make one-shot primer here. And lo and behold, there was a whole section of shelves that had a bunch of MIG ammo labels on there. That was not what I expected to see at the Badger factory. I want to try and get me a little bit of that orangey red out here on his muzzle. Because reasons there. So Chocobo, there's only a tiny bit of thinner on here. Again, this is it. That's a little water bottle cap of the thinner. A lot of it is it's more of a dry brush kind of a motion there, Chocobo. Because remember, we're not using acrylics here, and acrylics you're going to be layering, right? Whether it's glazing, whether it's more of a solid coat of whatever, but we're not doing that with the oils. This is basically just, that's just me dry brushing that on. But of course, all the paint is wet, so it doesn't look like dry brushing. Because again, if all the paint was dry and it was acrylic, you'd kind of have that, oh gosh, what would you call it? That sort of grainy texture that sort of says, ah, this was dry brushed. You're not really going to have that with the oil paints. So again, see now we're starting to get a little bit of the orangey stuff here on his face. Little bit. Maybe a little something something up there. Now down here, maybe we try to get a little bit more of our more of a reddish brown in there too. Not sure. We'll see how that plays out. We don't have to be doing that right now. Hey there, Pop Rocks. How you doing? Nice to see you back. So Pop Rocks, it was a little bit easier. Well, I think this was the easiest to figure out right what we're gonna do because Gandalf the Grey, so we did kind of that Russian blue type of kitty there. Gimli was a little bit trickier because, well, I wanted him to have the red beard, but we had all of this orangey stuff going on, right? So we had to neutralize that a little bit, make it a little less intense and as warm as that. And where's our Cat Ladriel here? Now, Cat Ladriel, obviously blonde hair, right? So that meant we kind of had to do a tan, sort of a fur color. And of course, we wanted to keep that in line with what we did here. So that kind of determined the color scheme on its own. Now, all right, let me get this back over here. Now, something like this. This we wanted to just show ways of forms of contrast that had nothing to do with value. Here, let's do a. We haven't done a film noir yet. Let's do ourselves a film noir. Now watch what happens to that cloak. Oh, wait a minute. It's almost like there's no shading on there at all. What just happened there? There you go. So something. This was kind of like an exercise in basically color contrast as opposed to value contrast. So that kind of determined that color scheme right there. Megan, no, I'm not going to ruin any surprises. I'm not going to ruin any surprises. Uh, so Chakabu, yeah, there's very little thinner being added to the paint because you add too much thinner, it's going to become a pin line wash. Remember we were talking about the whole hydrodynamic thing, right? With the oils, it happens or it gets to a pin line wash consistency a whole lot faster than it does with the acrylics, unless there's certain colors. Thanks, Pop Rocks. Appreciate that. So this cat right here, I don't know what the cat breed is, but it's not like an orange tabby. It's got some darker markings on it because obviously I wanted to have him be a little bit different from the Gimli and definitely a little bit different here from the cat Ladriel. Now, these obviously on the Argo kitties, well, that color scheme was pretty much set because, well, stone. But you guys see here is more contrast. See that? There's a red, kind of like some yellow, and then you can see the blue. Right, so we have three different colors, even in what ordinarily would just be considered gray. Now, of course, here on these Clegane Brigands,
Hello,
a
little
little bit of
hobbits.
that had to
What
do
have
with,
I got?
well, we wanted them to be Lannisters, right? So that kind of had a little bit of an influence over the color scheme choice there. We also want to welcome in Yota. Thank you so much for that. So you too, huh? It's like, what are you talking about? Well, first it was Galadriel. She started looking she started sounding weird, and you don't even want to know where Gimli was licking himself. Let's see what happens here on our Gandalf 6. We actually have had at least one Gandalf 6 on. Oh, look at this. Holy smokes. There's another one for Yota 151. Thank you so much, Yota. Appreciate that. Shloop, maybe one of the hobbitses. Now, the Gollum kitty is one of these hairless cats. So yeah, this is the Gollum figure right there. But probably for either Sam or Frodo. Maybe Frodo actually. Schluflag. Maybe that would be good for the Frodo one. Now again, here there's enough thinner to kind of get this to flow easily, but again, not a ton of thinner, because it'll just immediately turn into a pin line wash, and that would be a no bueno kind of situation there. So thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, we've been talking about it a little bit here. You do the Army Painter Pledge level. Well, get ready to binge because there's well over 2,000 hours of videos, as in well over, because I'm adding about 20 hours of new videos every single month. I'm not sure how many subscription services give you 20 hours of new content every month for $15. Actually, Sloopflock, if you go look up, so again, Apache Studio, and check out their My Mini Factory, Apache Studio, and if you look for the Samwise one, and you'll probably, again, I haven't really seen it very much, but if you go look at that, then you could let us know if the Siamese for Samwise might work out there. Chuckaboo, that's pretty much how I'm able to see any videos, literally in small chunks. Sometimes it takes me days to watch a video that is not even an hour long. So I understand that sentiment right there for sure. As I'm taking some of my again, that's some of the radiant green mix in that with the white. So sloop flock, this has or chakabu, this is a little more of the thinner in it. Also, to remember, thin sticks to thick and vice versa. So if you're going to have paint that is thicker, you will want to get some thinner paint on it. Doesn't have to be, again, like a wash or something. It could just be 10-15% more thinner or less. Either way. And that's the kind of thing that you'll kind of get by practice. Oh, speaking of practice, where's our, doing these color charts, a very handy thing. Also, something like this here, just a value study. One light color, one dark color. You could use indigo in a light color, or in that case, that was Van Dyke Brown in a light color. And if it's something like a ghost or an undead thing, you could just say, well, you're doing it in noir style. It's literally film noir. Hey, Zerbads, great to see you back. So Zerbads, the only plan that I have is just to be in the building, since it's a brand new building. Basically, I'm making zero plans other than just being inside the building. Because as I've learned over the years, making any plans, even in a building that I've been in for 6 or 7 years, well, Nerifel knows just how plans go. Armored Wolf knows how those plans go. So there will be no plan other than just be physically in the building. Uh, I won't be doing any classes because, well, I need to be in too many places. So yeah, no classes or anything like that to worry about. So when you're signing up for things, don't be surprised if you don't see any classes by me there. Oh, that makes sense, Luflock. That makes sense because I mean the Siamese are supposed to be kind of aloof, right? So that makes sense that the Legolas would be would be a Siamese. So great to see you there, Zerbads. Yeah, just being in the building. I will try to have as many miniatures as I can with me as possible. Well, like always, I will have. I have literally like a travel set of. Well, it'll be these. Well, you can't get these unfortunately. Those are out of print now. However, there's these. So these are the Alkyd paints. Now, again, these don't exist anymore. However, there's these two. Now, ironically enough, this is like the Williamsburg of Griffins. This is super expensive. This is ultra not expensive. So I will be having a stockpile of these for Adepticon because, like this guy here, our Boromeow, he's going to be dry by this time tomorrow. So obviously working with the Alkyds means that, well, it'd be a lot easier to transport stuff back and forth. So Zerbads, I could be there from Monday till Monday or Tuesday to Monday. I don't know when I'll be there, to start with and when I'll be leaving. I have a feeling it will be early getting there and late leaving. That's if I had to bet anything, I would bet on that. Where's my? There you are. This, look at that. There's a high quality brush. Look at that. That is a super high quality brush right there. So Schloopflock, it's the bare necessities, and I'm not talking about grizzlies. It is the bare necessity. Uh, I might take some, maybe like the interferent. No, not the, but the, what is it? The iridescent pearl white, just on the off chance we can maybe do a little demo on the true metallic stuff. Other than that, again, it will just be the beer essentials. So yeah, Grand Oracle. What's interesting? Well, let's see. It all depends if I have to leave on Monday. But we would definitely lose what the Thursday, Friday, Saturday streams, and of course, hopefully we we maintain our voice. I think last year I still had to not stream on Monday afterwards because, well, now of course that was a an extra special circumstance this last Adepticon. Maybe it's a little bit different this time around. It's funny, Grand Oracle. Even to this day, my phone still wants to call it Adopticon. Yeah, it wants to call it Adopticon. So that's a very interesting convention. I'm not familiar with that fandom right there. But yeah, the autocorrect monster, right? Grand Oracle gets it gets us every time. Get putting some more texturizing here, but always have our blending brush nearby. There you are. A little tap, tap, tap there. Now again, oh, let's see. Now let's after one. I do want to go and check very quickly the resin printer just to make sure it's not getting up to mischief there. Yeah, Zerbad, you're gonna have to make some space in the vehicle on the way home. Yeah, there'll be some people fighting in the back seat on the way home. So again, don't go anywhere. We shall be back again. I just want to check on that printer and make sure there's no little mischiefs going on there. That we're not getting basically two bricks of resin like we well again. Let's see what happens. I shall be right back. So happy news on the printers. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do, like normal. Gee whiz. Now, um, found these guys too. Found out where they were hiding. So if need be, because we're only 2 hours in, we could maybe do this. Maybe these two guys. And again, we'll do them in this color scheme here. We sort of have the stuff set up for doing these because, well, we were doing Gimli last night. So don't be surprised if maybe, I don't know, a little while from now you might be seeing one of those little dwarfs is there. We might be painting a little dwarf with some source lighting. Oh, and by the way, those are the creature caster ones. And this again is how I know that there's just, it's something where when I press the print button, it's somehow registering something else because I'm printing out the Highland Miniatures chariots, the Lion Chariot or whatever, and that's the same batch of files where it printed the brick. So, and it's on the same printer, no less. Hey, there's surface tension. Now, nice to see you again. There's surface tension. Earlier I was telling folks that I'm actually having poker chips made with this on one side, and this on the other. But the other thing I wanted to do was have, well, like poker chip made with, say, Dark Queen Schmaladriel on one side and Alex the Cave Troll on the other. So that could be hilarious. Oh, hey, Grant Oracle. Would Barad-dûr have to be a giant cat tower? Right? Because, I mean, cat towers. Barad-dûr would have to be a giant cat tower. So there is somebody just got to develop some terrain. A giant cat tower, a giant evil cat tower. Now, well, let's see. Unfortunately, it did fall, and I think I'm gonna make another version of it. But Kathy's family, they're very much into a cribbage. They play cribbage all the time, and I made Kathy a cribbage board for Valentine's Day that was Barad-dûr. And you put the little whatchamacallits, your little posts as you went up Barad-dûr, the different levels, and there was actually like I think where there's like the 5 points, 10 points, whatever. That's where I had Nazgul perched on the thing. Happy Saturday, there, Doji. Glad you got a chance to do your breakfast or your bakery run. And of course, surface tension, Doji. If you guys want to share your fabulous oil painting links in the chat there, please go right on ahead. Surface tension said it would be made of fluffy material and wine, but it would have lots of claw marks in it, right? Surface tension. It would have lots of claw marks in it. Or at least lots of like threads and stuff that were torn out by the cat. So again, we're trying to do some more. Oh, I'm going to try and get some of the mud on here like we got on our Gandalf there. So everybody please check out the Insta link that Doji posted and the Mastodon link that Surface Tension posted. So Surface Tension, it was a very intense day again of college football, where the finals are now set. It was not a happy evening for our very own Horns fan. There was, let's just put it this way, there were some dramatic turns of events. Like, I think it was a third down play or something like that, where Ohio State just basically a kind of your average draw play up the middle. Oh no, it was a screen. That's right. It was like third and something. They did a screen pass that ended up going for 75 yards. And then there was the strip score, where as Texas was basically going for the game-tying touchdown, all of a sudden, quarterback is hit from behind, ball comes out, and the same guy that hit him grabbed the ball and ran it, about 80 yards for a touchdown. Actually, Arda Michael, I could swear. Oh, that's right. They did a ring wraith, but he's like a ring rat or something. Yeah, that you. It was. It's almost like some of these opportunities were missed, right, Arda Michael, to do fun stuff like this, like the Witch King of Angmiao. Yeah, they didn't. I don't think they availed themselves of that, which is kind of a bummer, right? Because that would have been super hilarious. Oh, hey Megan, glad that you're still with us here. Well, Megan, if Rottweiler were still in the chat, of course we'd be. Well, we're gonna have to start talking about the Frozen Four because I believe that's gonna. I think that's before the NCAAs, or it's right during the. I think it's got to be a February thing. But that's the next thing we have to cover is the Frozen Four. But of course, we cover it all here on the Wappleville Sports Network. And of course, even in hockey, we still have the APCC, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference. 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs. The portal is always open. Doesn't matter what the sport is, it's all sports. As long as you got a uniform, you can change sidelines or sides all during the game. There we go. There's Ron. Well, Doji, I'm glad that you're able to do some of the howling. No, the howling griffin. I almost said howling banshees. Hey, there's surface tension. How you doing? Thank you so much for that. That is appreciated. And of course, thanks to a kind contribution, we're back to having some of our screwball mixed in with our, well, in this case, some Mountain Dew, actually. No, it's those, that's holidays themed soda. That's right. That's what's in there. I'm trying to think, Grant Oracle, what that would look like. Well, oh, hey, you know that the skeletal dragon that we painted, Grant Oracle? It's like a skeletal Nazgul. Yeah, it's a skeletal Nazgul. That's actually Megan. I think you heard. I don't know if you heard the one stream where I was lamenting how hard it is to find STL files of hockey players, like just regular hockey players. I did manage to find something. I did get those files off of my mini factory, but boy, that was, and I mean, they're obviously not sensational, but I just thought it'd be really interesting, right, to paint up, because obviously freehand, right, paint up hockey teams. That would be on stream or whatever. That would be a really interesting freehand exercise. So everybody, please check out the link that Doshi just posted there. And how you doing there, Inganes? Happy Saturday. So Ron, I hope that BG3 is treating you guys well. So Megan, yeah, see, we could get you some. Get you some of these hockey player files, and then you could paint up some St. Louis Blues players. In you could do a whole set in road uniform, and then another set in home uniform. You could do throwback jerseys. So yeah, and then of course Megan. I don't know. Well, I don't think you ever had the. It was the hockey game where it sort of worked a bit like foosball, where you had your goalie, you had your center, you had your wingers, your defensemen, and they kind of were on those little sticks and they could move around. You could see the little tracks in the table where they could move, but you can actually buy. What I wanted to do was print out essentially the different skins so that I could have whatever teams I wanted, and I would just stick them on the little rods or whatever, and this way I could have whatever teams, whatever versus whatever. So Megan, well, see, but you just keep painting, you'll get faster and faster and faster. And this, oh, see, what would be more inspiring to get faster and faster because you want to not just paint one St. Louis Blues hockey team, but again, you want to do them in the road jerseys, you want to do them in the home jerseys, maybe other special, like for the Winter Classic, right? Every team always breaks out special uniforms for that. So Recoil says that his sister has a Sisters of Battle army that are painted in Edmonton Oilers colors. So yeah, Edmonton Oilers colors. Now again, I think obviously there's a goalie. There's something that definitely kind of looks like a center. I think there's maybe one generic defenseman type pose, and I think there's one generic kind of winger type pose or forward. I wanted the other thing I couldn't find at all was baseball players, and I wanted those for my baseball strategy game because that would have been super fun. Again, just painting up the uniforms. I get lots of freehand. Speaking of which, we're starting to get some more of our texture now in his cloak there. This does have it's a mix of the Perline black and Van Dyke brown. Perline black and Van Dyke brown, I believe. So hopefully you managed to survive your combat there, Rottweiler. Now I've never. What was it? Kathy played. Oh, Diablo. That's what she played. Obviously that and Valheim. Valheim. So I kind of know vaguely what the Diablo combats look like, but not BG3. Hey there, Uncle Trash. How you doing? So Uncle Trash, sorry I haven't had a chance to shoot you a message. It has been absolutely bonkers here. I know it's been kind of spicy for you too. Here's hoping that things are a little bit less spicy now. So Uncle Trash, I'll shoot you a message tomorrow, kind of trying to give you a little bit of update on things. Hey Moriarty, welcome back. So I do remember again like she would play Diablo with Marty and Kimberly, and then whatchamacallit, the Valheim. Sometimes she would play it with Big Jim Slade and the Pyro Club crew. Yeah. Now Megan, I think you actually see when somebody's playing right on Steam, right? Because they show up or whatever. Or unless maybe they don't automatically show up like that. There we go. Now we're starting to get that light dark like what we have here in our Gimli. Megan, I think we did see Nyx once during kind of the Christmas the height of the Christmas season there. I don't know if it was right after Thanksgiving or if it was toward, I think it was more in December. But that I think it's the only other time I've seen Nixel. Ah, well, that's fantastic, Uncle Trash. Yeah, I don't know if you saw the latest tutorial video, but that's where I've been working very intensely trying to set up the airbrush filming area for, well, for months, but it all kind of came to a head in the last couple of weeks, which meant all kinds of modifications on the fly. Hey there, Paintwater, how you doing? Everybody, please give Paintwater Simonier a follow. Paintwater, please. Now, actually, Paintwater, you were working on another. What's it called? Whatchamacallit Crusade, Trench Crusade, right? Paintwater. Yeah, if you want to share some of your, well, obviously your Lord of the Rings stuff, your Trench Crusade stuff, please go ahead. Let's see. I think Boromeow is what I've been saying. So, what was it? Someone else came up. It was kind of a fun other version too for Borocat or something like that. But I've been going with Boromeow. And of course, Paintwater. Once those files are, what would you say, available to us and the general public or whatever, I'll try to snag those and we'll see if we can do vids on them or at least maybe some streams on them. But I think you estimated it was going to be a little while, right, before that happened. Where did? Okay, fine. Oh, this will be weird. The fluoro yellow. I never really done this before. Fluoro yellow mixed in with the Mars yellow deep. Now that's interesting. It almost kind of turns greenish. Ah, that's fantastic, Uncle Trash. That is fantastic. So Uncle Trash, I have been trying to mess with that in video AI thing where I just tried to. I think it was with the 1/1800 scale ships. I tried to just take about 10 pictures and one short thing of vid, and then try to feed that into the in-video AI to see what it would generate. I unfortunately didn't have very long, and it's weird. You kind of have to let it do its own stock stuff, and then you have to say no, replace it with all mine. Maybe because I don't have the paid version of it. But yeah, Paintwater, if you want to share your stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now I'm going to take me some of that away. I was getting a little bit too much there. Taking some of that away. Okay, there. That's a little. There, now we'll get a little bit more of that on his paws here. Hands, paws, whatever. Gonna get something down here. There's nothing over there. Again, these Apache Studios figs, the one thing I've said this several times here, don't just do your own supports. Don't bother messing around with theirs because, well, it'll basically fail 100% of the time. So yeah, just do your own supports with these. Uncle Trash, I know that's a ton of work. Like I said, to be able to film the latest airbrush video, I had to put a whole new camera there. I basically had to take apart another area to try and kind of semi-reconstruct it there because Windows 11 was not letting one critical part of my XSplit software work. No, it was the Logitech camera controls. That's right. So I basically needed a camera where I could just manually go in there. Right now, no autofocus, none of that kind of stuff. So yeah, Uncle Trash, I think you've seen these, right? Last night we did the Gimli Kitty, we did Cat Doff the Gray. We did Cat Ladriel, and we did the Argo Kitties. I'm sure you saw the Argo Kitties because we did two of these. Where did I just put the? Oh, there it is. It's over there. Now we'll get me some of this darker green on our plants down here to. Yeah, we got some edges we got to restore. Yes, indeed. So yeah, Uncle Trash. I'm trying to think. It was at least maybe. It was definitely before Christmas when we started painting the Argo cats, and then I think we painted Cat Ladriel. I think a lot of these were painted right after Christmas. And of course, I think you saw the couple of ships that we did right as ornaments. We did two of those. That's the one that kind of replicates the painting that I did when I was, well, what, 13. I never did sharpen up that edge there. Hey there, Mijar, how you doing? Happy Saturday. And of course, again, Nganes, I hope that you're doing well. And of course, happy Saturday to you as well. And of course, interspersed was also three of these creature caster dwarves. And again, we've got some more that we can also be doing there. And let me see, what was the and the Clegane Brigands that we did. We did these four guys, two of them on one stream, two of them on another. And Majar, yep, that's well, I just was I skedaddled away real quick to check on the printers to make sure that all three of them were behaving. We're printing up some more creature caster stuff, also printing out, uh, let's see, some of the Highland miniature stuff so that I can do an army painting series. Majar, the autocorrect monster has really, it's been active tonight on everybody. Uh, Tempted to get a little bit more dark in there. We'll wait on that for a sec here. Oh, and also, what, 2 hours 35 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. It was like that. It was just primer. It is definitely a ruthless monster, right, Mijar? It cares not for who it affects. Now we've done this. Then we'll get back with our really, 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 really light stuff. And of course, Uncle Trash on our New Year's Eve stream, we painted the globe again. We did, was it 6 different time zones? Yeah, I think we celebrated 6 different time zones all across the globe. Touch of our lightest green out here on the edges. Some of these leaves, although I think might be wiping away some of that with my hand here. Now let's see. For our stream tomorrow, I might be. It depends what I can get prepped, but I might be doing some more of our Tomb Kings. Oh, yeah, Doji. That's what I'll be filming tomorrow. Is the last part of this right here. So that should be super fun. Thank you so much, Mijar, for being here. I know I definitely sympathize with the fatigue element there. So here's hoping that you can have yourself some good sleep there, Mijar. And again, thanks for being here as long as you can, of course. And then we got some of the, let's get a little bit more of our light down here. Thanks, Nerifel. Again, that's with some of the screwball in there because we were resupplied on that very kindly the other day. So appreciate that, Nerifel. That's definitely something we have to have for Adepticon. Alright, let's get some more of our light over here. On that little tree. What about this? Sure. Now again, I don't have to worry about icicles going on these things, so we can, if the branches are a little lighter, that's going to be alright. So see you later there, Doji. Thank you so much for being here, and of course, happy Saturday. I might come up with a little bit of darker stuff there. Actually, geez, Nereville, speaking of Adepticon, and now just weeks away, really. I wasn't sure if there was something that you were really, 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 really trying to have done by Adepticon. I'm gonna try and just print out a bunch of creature caster stuff, and we'll see what we can paint on stream. I'm also hoping to have a bunch of conquest stuff there. And well, since we have the fabulous display slash carrying cases, we'll try to have those as chock full of stuff as possible. So we have as many different examples of the stuff that we do here on stream and the vids as possible. Now, what do we got? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't want to wipe out that much of my super dark stuff. What do we got here? Gonna lighten you up a little bit more there there you go, some of that. There, that's good. That's the Mars Yellow Deep. Now, Nerifel, I mean, again, like we say all the time, you know what it is that you were going for, like exactly what you were going for, but the rest of us, we don't know that. So to the rest of us, it might seem very spectacular. Kind of the whole we're always our own worst critics, right, Nerifel? So this, it's not just a little bit lighter. We have a little bit of a color change there that's got more of the yellow in it. In addition to, well, there being lighter, but out here being darker. And then we want it, where's our cat off here? It's hoping to get a little bit of the dirt and such on the cloak there. It's going to be a super complex process. We will take this and we're going to go like this. It's going to be, again, a very complex process. There. Again, another one of our, this is one of our precision tools right here. You might expect to pay $200-300 for a brush like this, but we've got them on sale, two for $600. Yes, because again, it's this precise. We call it the rose petal brush. Yeah, we call it the rose petal brush. Again, it's a special piece of equipment, highly technical in nature. And again, that's the sale price. Got to get them while they last, because then that goes up to at least $1,200 per brush. I mean, it's a steal at $1,200. but we will take the loss. We will take the loss. Let me get some more of this. Again, that's the brown ochre with some of the Mars yellow deep. Again, to do some of this mud stuff right here, like so. A little bit of that on the inside here too. Where did you go? Maybe a little bit of that on his boots. There actually was a point where on all of my miniatures, whether they were bolt action, fantasy, whatever, I would do a basically take the my weathering powders or whatever, put dust on their boots or mud. Yeah, Megan, it's definitely pretty darn late there. It's 2:46. So thanks for hanging out. Hey there, Jack. Nice to see you. So yeah, Megan. Boy, oh boy, yeah, that was something that she really, really, really liked. I could swear. Again, that was like that Homestar Runner, something like that. And I remembered her, and it was almost like he would be typing in some kind of like old Windows DOS thing or something like that. So thanks, Megan. That'll be very fun to see. Appreciate that. Yeah, let me get a little bit more of that down here. We'll take this. Also that brown. So that's going to give it a little bit. And might even take some Artera Rosa there to make it more towards the red. There you go. That's what we're looking for because now we did show a little bit of the yellow in that too. That's fabulous, Megan. Can't wait to see those. Appreciate that. And again, yeah, have yourself a fantastic night's sleep. Well, morning sleep anyway. Touch more of that over here. So again, just trying to get a little bit of a mud type thing happening here on our cloak just for funsies. Megan, well, you'll be ready to do multiple hockey teams at that rate. But all kidding aside, I'm glad. Well, that you. Oh, and if you wanted to post your eBay page there, so that folks know that there will be painted miniatures there, that maybe they could also snag. So yeah, maybe definitely anytime you got your active auctions going on. I still don't know if Cool Mini or not is still doing the thing where you can share your eBay auction link. I wonder if they're still doing that after all these years. I haven't even been on Cool Mini or Not's the miniature painting forum for at least 5 years or something now. No idea if that still even exists. So everybody, please check out that eBay link there that Megan just shared, because Megan has some really incredible painted miniatures available, and more and more will be available soon. So go check that out, please. Alright, so now our Boromeow is starting to definitely. Oh, you know what? We need to get a little bit of that greenish stuff on our gold here. So that is going to be this here, and we'll mix it with this maybe. See how that's going to roll. Yeah, and also pretty darn quick too. That is super nice. Not having to wait and wait and wait, maybe through multiple listings or something. So that's fantastic. Oh, let me get a little bit of that, little bit of our radiant green. Just a little tiny right there. Why? Because we're gonna all this greenery on the base. Now it doesn't look like it now, but I mean here you can see even on these they started out just as rocky as this one. Look at all the extra flock and foliage that was put on there. Definitely kind of a feast or famine type of thing, right, Megan? And there's not always rhyme or reason. The one that you think is going to be boom, gone in a heartbeat, that's the one that doesn't. And the one that you're expecting not to sell, that's the one that gets snapped up immediately because reasons, right? Yeah, now we're going to try and take a little teensy bit of the texture off of that there. Now, so Uncle Tread, yeah, I haven't had any time at all to play around with the that what was the AI music? I forget what the heck that site's called. Have not had a chance to mess with that at all. You know what? This eye over here, let me take the manganese blue and mix that with the floral yellow here. That's going to be ultra translucent. Come on. Up in there just a little teensy bit. Same deal there. And then maybe, yeah, here, some of that down on the leaves here, because we could use a little bit of color intensity on those. Not a ton, just a little. Yeah, this is super, super translucent stuff here. The florals are automatically translucent, and the manganese blue. I mean, anytime you see something that says hue on it, it's generally going to be a pretty translucent color. I mean, Uncle Dread, it does sound like you've had a very active December and January as well, because it's been a very up-paced January. December was holy smokes. Can't look into almost use this like a de facto blending brush. You can see all little textures in there. Well, good luck with that, Uncle Trash. Yeah, Streamlabs is a fickle foe, is it not? You never know what the heck it's going to do to you. It is definitely not your friend in any case. So good luck with that, Uncle Trash. Again, I understand that is not the easiest thing to mess with. I mean, what was it? Oh yeah, my sound that still doesn't work after years of trying to get it to work. So Celia, there's surface tension. Thanks for being here. And of course, have yourself a fabulous Saturday. So here the gridiron shifts to the professional realm. So yes, we got NFL playoff games today, tomorrow, and Monday, and I do also believe on Thursday. So Uncle Trash, just be glad you don't have to also fight XSplit, because that is another. I do believe Satan himself developed XSplit. It was something that he worked on for thousands of years to perfect it, and then he unleashed it on humanity. I want to try and get a little bit more of that. There we go. Okay. So that's some of our indigo mixed with the manganese blue hue. And there. Do I want to? We'll try to be a little bit of this dark on the here, just because okay, we have those darker little stripes or whatever that we were trying to do. So see you later, Megan, and good night there, Uncle Trash. So yeah, unfortunately, slobs and OBS are terrible for trying to do recording stuff. I use the Streamlabs OBS for streaming, but oof, XSplit actually is far better for that. However, it's just the fact that every machine you have it on, it acts differently on every single machine. It's like, well, okay, on this machine, this doesn't work. On this machine, basically everything works, except for that other thing. Okay, I'm going to get me some of this yellow here. Is this going to be light enough? I think I need to still... I might try some of this over here. Is that too light? It's getting there. Thanks, Megan. Yeah, because, well, I think you heard the analogy that with AI music, sometimes you get something that's really pretty good, and then the next time you get something that sounds like a deaf children's orchestra doing a mashup of death metal and Mozart or something. It can be quite painful to hear. So yes, it can definitely punish you. No doubt about that. You know what? I need to get me a little bit of something lighter down in here, maybe. Even a little bit of the lighter stuff on his face back there too. And maybe a little bit less of the white. I'm going to try and get some of my tan in there, I think. So maybe some more of that down here. What else do we have going on here? Let me try a little bit of something lighter in the fur on the bottom of his face here. Can't wait to see all these guys together, the Argo Kitties and Cat Ladriel and Cat Doff and Boromeow here and Gimli. The only other file that I have aside from this is the Pincushion Boromeow. That would be this one right here. I don't have any of the other files. Maybe we just kind of save those for another time. Throw me a little bit of light in there, and then maybe some of the yellow down on our branches here. I think it's one thing we do not have. I might also try to get some more dark here on this branch. Let's see how that works out. Asphaltum. Let's try that here. Let's get that thin down. Not necessarily a pin line wash of it, but something a little bit thinner there. Here, well, doesn't just darken that. I'm also looking to kind of change the, yeah, see how that changes the color there? You can really see that reddish brown. Is it over here? I think that's, I mean, yep, that's it. That's where it was. Let's do some of that up here. So yeah, definitely well, really does change around this tree. Look at that. This one too a little. Yeah, it's more to tint it. We're not really doing a glaze thing here. So see you there, Megan. Oh yeah, yep, up there too. So wow, that really changed that. Look at this. Actually, it kind of brings it a little bit in line with our with that mud that we just added over here. This tree's a little bit darker already, so I don't have to do too much there. Again, these the trees are little bits of greenery there. Those are 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing. All the kitties, those are from Apache Studio. And these are just painted straight up 100%. I didn't make them bigger, smaller, or anything like that. And of course, as we've been saying all stream, you pretty much want to do your own supports for these. You do not want to be using theirs. They're not going to work very well. That is the one downside to these files here is that for whatever reason, the supports on them are not very bueno. I'm gonna have to restore my really light light there. That didn't quite go where that was supposed to. So back to some of the fast matte white here. Gotta start breaking that down again. Doesn't matter, I need it in a few other places too. So yeah, we're just gonna start breaking that down. Definitely not to a pinline wash status though. Now I might even take some of that, like somewhere else where if there's more of it on the brush is not a big deal, like over here. So now that we've taken some of it off the brush, which means we can, well, that tree, where there's a tree, it's in the way. I'm going to try and sneak my brush down into here. We do need to get this top edge a bit lighter there too, I think. Yeah, something like that. Touch lighter here. Yep, on these leaves out here. I think these leaves are just called ground cover. I don't think they have any kind of fancy name or whatever. What that? Wait, let me get that paint off of there. Too much paint on that brush. On this belt buckle here, going to try and lighten the edge of that up a little bit, and then on the leather here before I try to also now get that pearline black, so it's going to be sort of like a bluish, greenish gray here. That'll go on his belt here. Yeah, looking for some sort of reflected light, but something here again that's going to stand out from that kind of reddish color, reddish brown on the jerkin there. Try and get a little bit of that down. Here even, blending brush. We'll use this as a blending brush. So again, don't have to mix tons of different colors. We let the oils do that kind of mixing for us. Nope, this is our blending brush here. Again, it's a small one. Now what I did there was that was actually more about just equalizing brush strokes than anything else. What I would like to do, also give me some of that green over there. I need to, oh, see, I just stuck my finger on those plants a couple of times. So alright, we'll get back to no big deal. Yeah, I'm not gonna put any more light there. I might not mess with that anymore either, since I just keep sticking my fingers in that. To our yellowish brown again on some of the fur out here. Like so. You know what? Let me see what we can do on this upper lid up here. Making that a little lighter might not be the worst thing ever. Might even try to go a bunch lighter here on this lower lid on his eye here. See how that goes. Yeah, okay. And not sure just how light I want to get on things like our bark on our trees out here. Because if we don't want the center of attention being drawn to these trees, we want them on our kitty, don't we? Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Speaking of freehand, we will be filming this tomorrow, and again, that's going to conclude especially the freehand, but also other areas here on the figure. You know what? Nah, that's going to be too much paint on that brush. Let's take some of that off of there. And now get some of the lightest light on the ears here. Catching a little bit more light there too. And we'll roll through it some here. There we are. Now, can take this, some of this maybe a little bit lighter here. Sneak in a couple more lights there again. We were going to be covering a whole bunch of that with flock and foliage, but I need at least a little cursory something there. I also need to get a little bit of some kind of reflected light here. Let me get the brush that I was using. Here it is. That will have to have some of our greenish gray on it. And then basically use a blending brush to do that. Okay. The other thing I want to do, because I can't really tell what we got going on here because it bleaked over onto the base. You can see the difference here, and that's not even our blackest black. That would be this stuff here. Speaking of golden acrylics, we don't have too much of that left. There is not much left. Hopefully I still have, speaking of left, I have some water left here. Tiny little bit. I'll use this brush again here. And this will tell me how light or dark I really do have the base. Over the top of this, I'm going to hit it with the actual Stuart Simple Blackest Black, Black 3.0. Well, even this little bit really makes a difference. I can see that looks a whole lot lighter now, right now that basically the edge of the base is the color it's going to be. Ooh, big difference there. Even right here, see my send those leaves just got a whole bunch lighter. Uh, Context is everything. So if you, let's say you got yourself a black primer or something like that, everything next to that is going to look really light. And if you're using a white primer, everything next to that is going to look super dark, even if it's not a dark color. So we try to warn about that all the time. Sometimes you want to make a color lighter instead of adding more and more weight to it, which eventually you just run out of room. Why not just make the stuff around it darker, right, AD? How you doing there, AD? Great to see you. Hopefully you didn't get too much ice and snow there. And of course, you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. So AD, yes, yet another kitty. Here's Boromeow, like you saw last night. So again, hopefully not too much of the snow there to make things difficult. Not so much that you and I would be, it's like whatever, couple inches of snow, because that's all we had here was maybe 2 inches tops. It's just obviously, well, there would be no snow plowing on the roads, and people, like you say, would have no idea what they're doing on those roads because they've never seen it before. And again, everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. Now, AD, did you ever get the new desk? Did you really get it the way you wanted it to, or was it just kind of, well, even like this one, where just the physical dimensions of the desk means that, okay, that I just won't ever be able to do that here. Well, that is definitely quite the irony there, AD. I guess you'll take it, although snow would have been a whole lot more fun. It's hard making rain angels. Yeah, those don't work so well. Who'd have thought? Rain angels are way less fun than snow angels. Yeah, AD, I know that you were working on that for quite some time. Well, obviously, other stuff going on at the same time, too, because reasons, right? Not like you could just have a little bit of peace and quiet so you could just kind of get that all developed. Now, here, I gotta do me something lighter there. Why don't we just try this here? That's got some of our radiant green. That's right next to our orange over there. I'm gonna give me a little bit more of my lighter yellow here on our kitty. Here, so that's the Indian yellow. Gonna be mixed with some of our fast matte white. Come on. Don't need that little piece of junk on the brush there. Let's see what this will do on the underside of the face there, like here. Maybe try and connect the light up there. And there we go, some more. Hey there, M-Toys, how you doing? Everybody please give M-Toys a follow. Of course, M-Toys, if you want to let folks know what's going on at the game castle in Santa Clara, go right ahead. So great to see you there, M-Toys. I guess the question is, will you be at Shea Landras tomorrow? Yeah, let me get a little bit more of my yellow under here. And of course, MTO is if there's something he wants to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. You know what we need to do? Yeah, a little something in here beyond just the there's a like the seam in the cloth there. We should get something there like that. They again definitely share that for sure. MTOs. Thanks, AD. These are it's it's just hilarious seeing these. I've certainly never done anything like this. Never really painted anything chibi, and certainly not chibi cats. So everybody check out that Insta link that MToys just posted. And AD, oh, I think you heard her. I'm printing out the creature caster mounted barristers right now. So hopefully those turn out. I think there's 4 of them. No idea. Again, all I know is they kind of look a little bit like the old confrontation, like the mounted bard and such. And yeah, we'll try to get those ready to paint up on stream. Now, of course, I think in their game they have them on round bases. I have no idea what the size of those are. I guess I'll have to put them on round bases. There we go. A little bit of light on the top of our belt there. So what was it? So 3 hours 15 minutes ago, this was a paint-free object. There was nothing on here. There was no paint. There was no fur colors or anything like that. So yeah, AD. Well, these also were supposed to be for Adepticon there, and I'm trying to print out more of the creature caster large monsters too. There's also a couple of busts. There's whatever in their last couple of, I think did they call them releases or library, whatever they call them. I'm gonna try and do at least 1 or 2 of the busts. I mean, I have the a painting busts pledge level on the Patreon page, so I figured, well, okay, we can do some creature caster ones that'll be very different from all the other ones that we've done. I realized that's got to be a little touch lighter in there too. Because I know there's the one kind of monster dude that looks a whole lot like a Nazgul on a Fell Beast. Then there was a couple other ones that kind of have some wings on them, look a little bit like chickens or whatever. So some kind of creature caster murder chickens. Ah, you know what that? Here, let me get some of my. That's some of my faux yellow ochre there. My souped up yellow ochre. That's the Mars Yellow Deep. Ah, yeah, a little bit more that way. So yeah, AD. There's some folks I know in Tennessee. They got themselves, I think, 10 inches in the first round of snow, and then another 3, 4 after that. And that's got them confuso because they probably haven't seen. Some of them haven't seen that much snow in their entire lives. So yeah, AD, crazy as it might sound, there could almost be an entire one of those carrying cases just full of creature caster stuff. And then, well, a whole nother thing just filled with conquest stuff as we try to get a little more light on his boot there. Let me do a little bit more of that light on the underside again here of his face. Now, what about this fingers, paw, whatever? Fine, I'll make that a little lighter. Whatever. Ah, now the knuckle better be lighter still. What's going on with the back of his hand? A whole bunch of not much there. We should maybe from this side try to get these knuckles over here. So yeah, AD, this is a little separate thing that I'm doing with Conquest. They wanted to, because they've got a whole bunch of releases that are coming up for Adepticon, which they're going to have to get me pretty darn soon. They wanted me to obviously paint those up on stream, and then that's something that I can have at Adepticon so that they can just chuck it in their booth. It's something I don't have to deal with. Let's do this. Come on. And of course, we already have the werewargs. We've got the Valkyries. So we already have a bunch of that. Ooh, holy smoke! How about the top of this thing? We got a bunch of Zippo on there. Let's get the top of this guy. Looking at that, going, what is happening up here besides nothing? Did I get the reflections down there? Let me go back to the screen. Let's go all the way back over here to the screen. Come on. Alright, fine. We got a little thinner in that. Well, something, something there. And now up here. Like that. Where's, I'll use you as a blending brush. There you go. I'm thinking on these, maybe with the asphaltum here. I'm gonna mix it with this. Try to get those a bit, and then again with our blending brushes. So I'm just gonna take this, and we do a little tap, tap, tap. Hashtag no layers. Was easy. So everybody, please check out that Instagram link that MTO has just posted. And again, info is if you want to let folks know what kind of events you got going on at the game castle in Santa Clara. That'd be sensational. As I add a bit more dark to the top of the belt there, probably over here too. Yeah, how about we snap up that edge a little more there. Also here. Now look in the mega, look, it's metal sharp, but there does need to be a little sharper edge there. Also, it makes that seem much smoother, just by kind of by default. Where is my manganese blue? Come on, manganese blue. And the indigo, so manganese indigo. In you go, there we are. Also down there in that shadow area. Here we need to have this go from a dark then to some reflected light, which might have to be some of this reflected onto our chainmail links here. That might just work. Maybe a little bit something darker. Right there. We're getting there on these guys. You know what, his boot. Let me try to do something a little lighter on the boot over here. Again, that's taking our... Yes. Now it looks a little bit like dust. That's that brown ochre. That's the reclaimed earth color mixed with some of our fast matte white. And something there. Yep, let me do this. More, yep, over here. Now maybe we could do mud spatters on the boots. We could do all kinds of stuff. Again, I used to actually take some of my, well, some of the AK, no, some of the MiG ammo mud spatter and such, which then I think, oh yeah, that's right, I did make some on a vehicle, homemade stuff. I think it was linseed oil and weathering powders. Yeah, it was. I'm looking up at his eye. You know what? Oh, let me straighten out a couple of these. That's going to be all right here. The floral yellow, and that will be mixed with our fast matte white. I think that's what we did early on. Boy, talk about your ultimate like lemon yellow type color. Jeez. And I need to sneak that around the pupil of the eye there. And this one needs a little cleanup right there. Looks like we got it. Well, Doji, glad that you're able to get some exercising in there. There is one of those bicycles in the house. I've been using the rowing machine and the exercise mat. Maybe eventually one day I'll try to get the exercise bike set up for me. Touch of like right up there, and then right on the apex of the upper eyelid. And again, I can kind of just rest my finger on that tree because I can just come back and at the end put a little something on there shading wise. All right, let me do this. I was trying to get back to my reference real quick on the kitty's fur there. Ah, that's good, Doji. That's a very good. I tried using. Oh, that was this Pilates stick that I got really cheap, and then some of those tension bands, right? To try and do a little something different with the exercise routine. Of course, running up and down the stairs somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 5 dozen times. I certainly am never getting a Stairmaster. I don't need to do that. Because between the printing and all the other stuff that is, well, downstairs now also filming, constantly going up and down the stairs. Yeah, I'm going to throw a couple more lights on my trees now here. Let's do that. Also, on this trim. Okay, that was way more than I wanted. That's not a problem, because looky here. Blending brush just basically pushed it and sculpted it to where I wanted it to go. So I do hope that helps with all the back stuff there, Doji. It's one of the reasons, obviously, I'm hunched over here for hours at a time. That's why I try to do certain types of exercise, especially kind of stretching exercises post stream. Actually, AD, that's another one of those cases where the autocorrect actually made something absolutely hilarious, which I thought you intended to write. That's I'm sure that's a little different version of Stairmaster than you envisioned, but you know who could win any staring contest? We have the Stairmaster. Well, yeah. See, that's not really something that I wanted. I like to have eyebrows like or eyelids. He even has eyebrows. Come on, man. I don't even have eyelids. Yeah, I can win any staring. I just stare at you. I just stare at you this whole time, even though I'm not in focus. Doji, well, it's kind of a. I'm just thinking, okay, grab a 25-pound sandbag or a 25-pound bag of uh, ice melt or something like that. Just carry that around with you, right? Oh, that's 25 kilograms. That might not be quite as much as I was thinking. I know my distances and also good at converting Celsius temperatures into Fahrenheit. But the weight, yeah, that's. Of course, if surface tension was here, he would be able to explain what 10 stone is. So 50 pounds. Okay. Well, very impressive there, Doji. Actually, Doji, does it feel like you're walking around like, say, I don't know, Mars or Mercury or someplace where there's a whole lot less gravitational pull? Because I mean, that is okay. That is quite the imagine the stress to the system. Again, just carrying around extra stuff, and just the impact on the knees alone. Let me choose some of this. So when it comes time to do the gardening again next year, there, Doji, it'll maybe a little bit easier on your back and everything else. Because well, that'll be happening soon enough. to get maybe a little bit more of our lighter stippling there on the cloak. Still have something we can use as a blending brush here just to get a little bit of tap, tap, tap. We're not doing this. I'm just going to smear it. Yeah, Doji, can you imagine that? I mean, again, it's a big stress relief on those knees. I'm going to put again some of that lighter green. Yeah, let me see if we can get some of that here. Now, of course, we got the mud happening here. So I gotta be sort of careful with just how much new texture we can start to incorporate here with our greens. Oh, yeah, yeah, let me get a little bit of that over here on the edge of the cloak here. Like so. Is there a... I don't know if they really meant for that to be a lining in there. Oh, this is the other thing I was... Because we have a little bit... No, we have a little bit of shading there. I'm going to try and take some of my brown here. Turn him over. Do that. Then do this. Yeah, a little bit of a tap, tap, tap motion. Oh, look at that. Now we have some super quick shading there. Hashtag no layers. And just chuck a little bit of this darker color there. Smooth it out with the blending brush. Poof. Thanks, Doji. It's kind of a, it obviously resembles Gimli's cloak, but I was reminded, I looked at Gandalf, or Catdolf there, so we gotta get ourselves some mud on that cloak. Once again, we're gonna put this dark in over here. Blending brush here. Come on, over there. There you go. So light, kind of a dark middle tone, and now we're gonna get some reflected light on the underside here of this horn, like you do. So it's got a little bit of shininess to it. Fine, I'll use this. Thanks, Recoil. I guess I'll have to try and maybe get the Samwise Gamgee. I wanted to get the Aragorn because he sort of looks almost exactly like this. I mean, literally almost this pose. And if I could print out this bit larger, right? Print out that bit larger and get him on there. Now, again, the Fabulous Winter Sale is not going now, but maybe those two files again. The Sam. Oh, I guess if I'm doing Sam, I guess I gotta get Frodo, but Frodo? Produce. No, I'm gonna get Frodo. I got thinking about food there because I realized I got that roast, and I have to debate. This is a cuisine channel. The debate is: do we get some taters and some other stuff and do a slow cooker thing, or do we see if we can slice it in half and shove it in the air fryer? Now I've never done a roast in the air fryer. Don't even know if that's. I do have a chicken that is a thawing out, which is also going to push the air fryer to the limits of its size. I was also gifted a one of those silicone liners for a slow cooker. Also, something to divide it into halvesies. I don't know when I'll be using that part of it, but I've never used a liner with the slow cooker. Can I? Yeah. Some of that lighter burgundy up there. So I want to try and get some more dark around the edge of his ear. Let me look at my reference here. Maybe. Let me try something here. If I don't like it, we can just get rid of it. But we'll try this here. Because we didn't... Yeah, we didn't do that on the Gimli kitty, so we'll try and do that here. Let me... It's almost a little bit of that kind of darker outline that you see around some cat's ears. Again, if I don't like it, I'll just change it back to what I had originally. Obviously, that Aragorn would also have source lighting, so he would again basically be... Where the heck did he go? I just had him in my hand. Something again like that. Since we sort of have these crazy little side-by-side comparisons we can make, I don't know, maybe we should continue that. Again, these are 3D printed from Apache Studio. However, I'm also going to be smarter about it and do my own supports if I get those other files. If you look at the Aragorn cat, he's very dapper. He almost looks like a musketeer or something. That's what we're missing here. I think on a couple of our chain mail links, some darks on the underside of those. Wait a minute, let's get back to my referencer again, okay? Sharpen that edge. I think we're good here. This one over here, there was a little something, yep, right here that got a little bit out of line. Again, a few little darker bits of our texture pattern into here. What is our time? So yeah, 3 hours 39 minutes ago, this had no paint on it at all. It was just like one of our little dwarves here. It was almost that same mix of the dark brown prime. Maybe closer to this, I think. Yeah, it was a little bit more of the terracotta. So Rico, hopefully you and Rot are still surviving there in BG3. And of course, if you wanted to post your Insta link there in the chat, I know last time we did that was a long time ago. So why don't you do that again? Of course, if you're not going to also be taken away from BG3 and all of a sudden you get killed by something because you're trying to post a link there in the chat. I think the only computer games that was Civ 5. That was the last computer game I ever tried doing. At least with that one, it's a turn-based thing. So you can just say, okay, it's their turn, or it's the computer players doing their thing. So chasing the bad guy around, which is, I guess, sort of. Well, I think with Valheim, you actually have to go to fight the bad guy in his home space. Trying to dive some of that dark down here. I'm gonna use, where's my blending brush? That's not you. There you are. So I'm gonna taking this. You can see it's a much more beat up version. Look at this. I mean, this one even has glue on it here. So you can see that one, that was retired from frontline service. However, it can function here as a bit of a blending brush. So we're going to take this, stick that down in here, and do this little tap, tap, tap. The other one actually would not work very well for that. Again, you can see we've got these kind of worn out bristles that are kind of splayed out there. So everybody please check out the Insta link there that Rico just posted. Give Rico13 a follow. Couple little deep crevices of dark right there. And like so. Yes, here. And down in here. Get that one is a little bit thicker on that darker little ridge there that I wanted, but that's okay. And now what about up here? I'm gonna been sticking my finger on that a bunch of times. Let me see if I can get my later brown back on that. Come on. I'm so used to like hanging icicles and stuff off of these trees that I keep thinking like, I don't really know if I want to make them that later. But no, if anything, it's going to get foliage on there which is darker. Now, I don't think we'll be adding any foliage on our our cat ladriel trees there, but these I got to print more of these birch trees because I used a whole bunch of them for that piece. Blending brush, where are you hiding? I can't really do much more with that. I'm going to see if I can get a little lighter up here on the reflected light. Now here doing a little bit of stippling there. I think a lot of folks, when they're using the oils, they're kind of brushing it on the same way they would with the acrylic, and again, unfortunately, that's not going to be tremendously successful. You need to have a different mindset when it comes to the oil paints because, well, first of all, your lighter colors, well, like what we're using now, those are going to be very, very opaque. Your darker colors, not so much. Some of your darkest colors are some of the most translucent colors. Also, with the oils, we always say you can thin the oils, but you cannot dilute them. When we're doing our object source lighting, a lot of times I'll just take basically my fluorescent or whatever, mix it with a white, and then just do a pin line wash. So that's not painted in with a heavy paint. That's painted in with virtually again a pin line wash because that will remain basically an opaque. You know, with acrylics, you want to do something diluted. You would take white and you would mix it with water, or whatever, and that would dilute it. That will not happen with the oils. It'll still basically be white, as in the kind of white that covers. Those are little things. Yeah, you just start picking up on those as you work with the oils, right, Doji? I know that, again, everybody please check out the link that Doji shared because Doji also has been doing the oil painting on the miniatures. Oh, yeah, a couple little extra lights there in his hair, such as it is. This is another place I might try to sneak a brush in there and try and get a few little lights on that edge. So see you later there, Doji. Have yourself a great Saturday. Again, congratulations on being able to, well, between the stretching and everything else and the exercise to can take away that the extra stress on those knees and such. You know what? Boy, let me see if I can do this. That's a hard to reach area, so I just stick that lighter stuff on there. Here's my blending brush again. Now, it's a nasty old patch of lighter stuff, which now, after a little tap, 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 becomes a nicely blended sort of lighter gray. Very different now. Let me, yep, I'll try and lighten up the bottom of the face here. I think we did this on the other side, did we not? Yeah, we did. Not too much because that is sort of in shadow. Looking at the eyes here. I think we want to leave those. Sometimes, well, the enemy of good is better. The enemy of completion is perfection. Those are both from the Book of Wapple. I had thought about doing poker chip Book of Wapple sayings because you can get two on each poker chip. However, you really, well, if you wanted to do all of them, that would get a wee bit on the pricey side. Now, the recoil that I think those poker chips are supposed to like have a 3 to 5 day turnaround or something. Now, I never did get the magnets. I ordered them. I paid for them. Never got them. So I think I'm just going to stick with Sticker Mule for that kind of stuff. Ah, yeah, yeah. See, I can really catch some light on that tree now because, again, I don't have to hang icicles off of it like we did, say, on this. So you can see right there, see the icicle hanging off of there in the snow? You can see how we try to have the ends of those branches be darker. Alright, here's another case. I gotta straighten out this line here. Sort of did it, except I think I want to still maybe, so I've got this burgundy right here. Why? Because it's literally right next to that jerkin right there. I may try to extend that further back here. Yeah, I think that makes a little more sense now. Where are we at here? That's again that fabulous burgundy color, pearline crimson. Which here, let me get that over here too. Down over, so it's kind of reinforcing some of the shadows, but also trying to infuse that with as much of our much of this burgundy as we can, because it's a really intense color. However, it's very dark. It's very, very, very dark. It's even got a little bit of our violet mixed in there too. Oh yeah, here, let's get some of that down in the shadow right over there. Blending brush, where you hiding? And a little tap, tap, tap. Smooths that out by essentially removing the excess paint. Pretty much what it is doing. Indian yellow. This would be, now again, with the Indian yellow, this is a case of what is arguably a lighter color that is hyper translucent, which means here instead of doing a glaze on it, I'm basically just painting it on there because it's such a translucent color. All I gotta do is just paint it on there. I don't need to do a glaze or anything like that. Once again, it's another thing that you usually don't get from the acrylics. I think because they sneak so much white into all the different acrylic colors as an opaque white. Now, definitely much less the case with the oil paints, which means you're going to end up with a bunch of these colors here again, like that Indian yellow. I'm just brushing that on there. It's not a glaze of any kind. If it was, well, it's going to go all over the place like a pin line wash. And we're just not looking for something like that. I like that. See a little bit of bluish green in there. Taking some of that Indian yellow up to here. Also over here. Now if it mixes with some of our greenish gray, that's fine. Now this is a weird little hard edge here. I'm just gonna spread that out. Now it's nowhere near as hard of an edge as it was. Might even do a little bit of this here on our Boromeow on his face. Because reasons. Down here, and it's tinting it. It's not really making it darker or anything like that. It's just tinting it. Now there's some areas up here where we've got some wayward brush strokes. We're going to try and bring those together here. There we go. Wow, that really tinted that yellow in a hurry. Holy smokes. That did not take much. Again, that's just the Indian yellow, super translucent, just being brushed down there, and it really, wow. I mean, that became very yellow in no time at all. I mean, there's a little bit thinner in here to help it flow, but it's not, again, not any kind of glaze thing. That's what you would have to do with the acrylics. The oils, again, they give you all kinds of fun, different opportunities for stuff like this, where we just really can tint this. Let's see, something like quinacridone magenta is that's another color that would work. I don't know, maybe a little bit of phthalo green, but quinacridone magenta is another one of those super translucent colors that would work. Possibly an alizarin crimson. AD. It's really wild because it doesn't really look it. Some okay things like our fluoros. There's some paints where you just look at them, and it's just like radiating right there on the palette. And Indian yellow, it can sneak up on you. It's sneaky intense. Actually, well, some of our other colors, I realize it's like the darker version of it, but in Danthrin blue and that our burgundy here, that perline crimson, those are sneaky little colors. Even purple madder, that's another sneaky one that looks kind of almost dingy. So you paint with it, and you say, "Whoa, wow, that's got some kick to it. It's got some stuff." Like right here, I'm putting some of that there, and it's definitely tinting that. Look at that. See that? That's and that's not even full on with that again that perline crimson. I do a little blending brush action here to soften any kind of brush strokes or edges. And it's just this. It's a bit of tap, tap, tap. That's all it is. You can see there's no paint on the brush because look at that. Nothing on my hand there. Now on the, ooh, that's what I want to do. Let me get some of this. Maybe some of that Indian yellow. We'll talk about making a kind of an amber type of a color. That will go right up there. So see, now we have that lighter color down on the bottom. I think we're zoomed in all the way here, actually. Yeah. Going to try and get me a little bit of an edge there. One of the reasons I'm putting this burgundy color on there is, well, it's kind of surrounded by burgundy, so makes sense, doesn't it? And that, again, is the very, very pricey, but very utilitarian. Also a staining color. Yeah, that's, you almost never hear that, like, wait a minute, a red color that is staining? That happens very rarely. Like this going here. Some of that down here again, just to trying to soften some of those edges. Because steel, hard edges, cloak, hair, this jerkin here, basically like a leather type of thing. We want those softer edges on that for sure. I don't think I want to mess with these too much anymore. The little pouches there, we should leave those alone. In fact, you know what? Take some of this, and this is by default, it's going to sharpen the edge we have on that sword because we have this light area of the sword. Now with this much much darker burgundy right opposed to it here. Yeah, that works. Let me go back to our. This is our brown here. Then that's the brown ochre. It's one of those reclaimed earth colors. Let me see if I can dig this out of here. Is this the one? There it is. So this, it's hilarious because it says brown ochre, but what it really is a kind of like a supercharged burnt umber, which has been very handy. So back to this under here. I either have to lighten the leather here or lighten what's on the metal. Let me try to lighten the leather first. Let's see how that works. One sec here. Fine, I'll just grab me some of this and we'll mix that with our fabulous burgundy. I do think, yep. See how we're getting a little more contrasty with the sword? That's what we need. That when in doubt, just gotta do a little bit of a value change here. And I might even lighten you up. I didn't want it to be as light as what's up here, but we definitely had to lighten that a little more. Let me see if I can get away with one last little bit here. Now the thing is, can't do. Oh, tempted, very tempted to put a little bit of this burgundy on here. I think we will avoid that temptation. Yeah, let's not do that. Not quite sure what we wanted to have down in there. That shoulder might lead a bit of this later stuff on that, and one more round. That's it. That is it, and same deal over here. Same deal. Maybe a touch lighter. So AD, well, it's 4:08 by you. I know you got your snow days. Hopefully that is giving you a little bit of extra painting time and a little bit of extra kitty time. But the cat that just continues to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Eventually the cat will just be so big we'll be able to see it from here. I think we're good on all of those, and we're good here. Good over there on his knee. I think some of these folds here, those need to maybe the lighter stuff needs to carry a little further here to the left, which then also kind of helps those folds right there. Yeah, especially with all of the being sick and everything like that, it hopefully would be a nice time where you can spend the quality time. Also, not neither person being sick either, because there's taking care of the other person who's sick time, and then there's just kind of quality time spent together. Those are not those are different things for sure. Nope, not anymore there, but see a little bit more on this. Oh, AD again. I know that's there's a lot. It's a creature caster thing, right? So there's going to be tons of stuff on there to do. But I hope that it's I know and you have to work on it in sections and such. So you're just then there's that whole well okay. how much are we going to have to green stuff this when it goes together? Because you heard about that one, the crazy turkey one with the giant back panel, which I had to practically re-sculpt. I think we might have it here. I'm not sure. Boy, I have to scroll a long ways to find that. It's not that, not the Queen of Cheetos. It's not that. That's this thing. Yeah. Where's the thing with the back panel? There it is. See, that's in the upper right-hand corner. That whole back panel, that did not fit on there whatsoever. That required tons of resculpting there, and that was one of the first ones that we did with the oils. Yeah, that's where we were using the pre-glaze, like with the phthalo blue and such, and the phthalo green. Yeah, it was the first time we were really messing around with that. Well, wish you all kinds of good luck with that, AD, for sure, so that is not mischievous. Let me see if I can maybe get a little bit of this bluish gray on this. Maybe I can't make that look a little bit more like rock there. Yeah, I think we did both of them, AD. We did the one that didn't have the wings or whatever. Is that the king? Or no, that's the queen, right? I think we did two different versions. That's not Malefica. What the heck was that one? Or was that Onslaught? I don't remember. I think that's actually the bust. Something Onslaught, whatever. So King. Okay, I did do the King of Malefica then. I'm going to try and bring out a few of these little rocks here. Let's just do that. I must have hit this a couple of times with my fingers. Oh yeah, that's look at all that green. It's a lot of green there. So what do we do? We'll go back here. We'll take some of this, and then I'll go over the ends of our little plants over here to try and brighten that up again. Where I probably just must have hit it with my finger. Boy, AD, that's some of the first stuff. I don't want to say the very first stuff we were streaming here on the channel, but that goes back to the very early days. I need to make a new one of those slideshow things. I mean, I have some individual things, but I don't have, here's like, well, the whole army or something. Okay, there we go. That now it's caught up to where these other guys are here. All right, his boot over here. Let me not use this. Let me grab this guy. Wanted to do that first. That already helps a bunch. Now let me see if I can maybe do something that might look like a bit of spatter on that boot. Nope, I gotta go lighter than that. That's in shadow, so we don't want to really screw around with that too much. AD, I mean, remember when the only puppet show character was basically Wapilia's Spellbrush? They're not. Yeah, that was the only puppet show character we had. There was no. Yeah, we didn't have the Gandalf or anything like that. Wow, now we have infinite Gandalfs. Of course, well, now we are also only a few months away from a stream anniversary. I just realized that. That's typically April 13th. That is only 3 months away, basically. That's a bit crazy. That'll be year 5. Of course, Armored Wolf says, "You're kidding me. I've been here for every minute of every stream for 5 years." So that's why we want to say thank you to Armored Wolf, of course, for doing those moderations. And of course, if you want to get some fabulous dice bags and such, check out Armored Wolf Productions on Etsy. Go get some bags. I never really did do the lighter stuff on here. Again, I don't have to necessarily quite worry about sticking my hand on this. So, how's about we lighten up this? This again, another one of those 3D printed bits from Make It Epic Basing. Because, well, reasons. One second here. Here, let me do that. Just trying to get back to my reference on my kitty here. I'm looking at those face markings. I think we might just have to leave those the way we got them. Again, the enemy of good is better. Sometimes you just goes, whatever. That's good enough. Again, if nobody knows what was on your mind, what we were thinking of achieving in a certain place, they'll be none the wiser. They'll just think it's fantabulous. Couple little lights up in that tree. Oh yeah, how about this? It's got some of that bluish gray on it. Again, wood is not brown. It's usually various forms of gray. It's brown in your house because it's been treated, it's been stained, it's been sanded, made to look nice and brown. That's not really its natural color. Yeah, it especially in nature where maybe it's been sitting around a while. Well, it's gonna be gray. Maybe a brownish gray, but still gray. Can hear a little different color for trying to get a few little again lighter bits of texture on this here cloak. Compare him to Katdoff's cloak. There we go. Obviously, that'll all be very different once we add all that extra greenery and such. I think we did use we used the oxalis. No, we did use some of these ground cover plants. Geez, I'm gonna have to print out a bunch of those now. Oh, some of the bog myrtle bushes. That's right. So AD, I think you heard I was thinking about see if I can. I know I got poker chips sitting around the house here. We were kind of using those for objective things and such for games of 40K, and even I think maybe even for MESBG. But I was thinking actually painting little scenes on those. That would be really wild. Little wolf characters, something there on the painting on poker chips. It's a nice heavy material. Certainly won't break. Getting some of the Mars black mixed with that. So trying to do a little bit of a tinting on this too again. A bit more towards almost kind of like a bluish gray. Very subtle, but still there. Yeah, I can see it stands out a little bit. It's not so much about making it lighter. It really is about the color change to it. bunch more. So as I said before, with these again, these are from Apache Studio. All of our little kitties here. You definitely want to print these out with your own supports. Don't use the auto supports. There's only a few companies that I've had to kind of figure out the hard way. It's like, yep, okay, better off just doing this myself. Sometimes, the sculpting is their forte, and the supports not so much. So yeah, AD. I mean, the poker chip is virtually about the size of one of these. Talk about tiny landscapes. I mean, the ones we do on the 5x7 boards, they're not exactly colossal murals, but boy, they would be practically gigantic compared to those. This sword hill, where's that Indian yellow? I'm going to do that where we're going to try and tint that a little. So we got a little bit of a tint there. Now maybe if I get some orange into that too. There we go. Alright, that stands out a little bit more. That was just kind of doing a whole lot of nothing there. Hey there, Nishlin, how you doing? Happy Saturday. I hope that the morning treats you well. And yes, Nishlin, yet another one of our Lord of the Rings kitties, or Lord of Cats. I think that's what the group is called, Lord of the Cat, or Lord of Cats. That was starting to sound too much like Lord of the Dance. Put this over here. And you know what? I'm just going to darken that down. That probably could just be same over here. Because there's going to be a lot of greenery. Probably even maybe a tuft is going to be sitting right there. So Nerifel says, I've got a much better name. Litter of the Rings. Talk about the fires of Mount Doom. Yes, indeed. That is definitely the crack of doom. I'm going to get this brown. Actually, I got that mixed up with a little bit with my Mars Black, because we have a whole bunch of middle tone there. Now we got a little bit of dark, and let me see if I can come back with some light here. So thanks, Nestlin. Appreciate that. Where's our? Here we go. Here's our Gimli kitty from last night. Yeah, recoil. I thought for a second that you had done you had done one of your AI image things and said, "Here, check this out. Look what I got for you." No, I could definitely see some steampunk kitties. Yeah, I could see those too. Well, AD, that goes back to what, the 90s, really? Yeah, I think that's going all the way back to the 90s there. Talk about a recall. I'm gonna get me a little bit of the I'm gonna get a little bit of that green back here. I mean, it's in shadow. I was thinking it was the trim over here and not just a cloak. Yeah, it's just a cloak. Hey there, Heavy T. Nice to see you. I hope that you're doing very well. Is that is still active? Okay, good. Oh, this one, that sure sounds like it must have been very fun. And Heavy T, great to see you again. Taking a, yeah, we're gonna get that, maybe some mid-range green here. Let me lighten this up a little bit more here. Yep, Heavy T, it's, well, I think it's Atlanta, might see an inch or two of snow or something like that. So that big old snow thing that I was talking about that a while back. I think heck, it might even be colder. I think actually it was colder in some places in North Carolina than it is here. Trying to get a couple more light dots in there. Take our blending brush to it. Push those around. Take that down a little bit further down into the shadows there. So yeah, Heavy T, that's the tricksy part, because snow, you can kind of walk around on that pretty darn easy. The ice, yeah, that's just a whole bunch of skating going on there. So hopefully you can manage to get through that okay. And I guess maybe it's not quite supposed to melt as fast as they originally thought. Now get me some of my, and that's the Mars Yellow Deep. We'll combo that with some of our, what's left of our white there, and now we have some. Now we got some resolution there on his little boot there. Nope, we're gonna try and make sure we get all the paint off of that. And use that for a little bit of blending brush. So 1 second there, Neshlin. Here he is. So there's your Boromeow, there's your Gimli, and of course, well, there's your Cat Doff, and there's your Cat Ladriel, and of course the Gimli. We painted him up, sort of like we've been doing with all of our Moria stuff, Khazad-dûm stuff. So again, kind of the same deal there. Who knows? Actually, well, now that I think about it, we can paint these other dwarfs right here. Yeah, we'll maybe hit those guys on our stream tomorrow. Heavy T. Actually, I have two different versions of Amon Hen printed out. One is from Conquest Creations. Forget the other one. Might have got that one on Cults 3D. I don't know who did the other one, but we need some dark in our green over here. We're just gonna take our blending brush to that again. Where you hiding? Just doing our little tap, tap, tap right there. And of course, Neshlin, I think you saw the Argo kitties, right? I still have to get the water effects and such on down there. I'm hoping that the little bit that's left of the green stuff world, kind of instant cure clear resin. Actually, I have to see if I still have that 405 flashlight somewhere. And now I've printed out almost all of that massive dwarven tavern for Erebor. It's massive. It's 2 stories tall, and there's stuff on the roof that you can climb up and be on. Neshland, there's still more. There's I think the Legolas is a Siamese cat. Obviously, there's also Sam and Frodo and Merry and Pippin. There is a rat ghoul, so basically a Nazgul, but it's a rat. There is the Golem kitty is one of these hairless cats. So yeah, that would be your Golem there. All right, let me get these a little darker here. A little more dark on the underside of that. So again, all of these are 3D printed basing bits. I think they're all from Make It Epic also. Yep, I think every single one. I'm looking at this here. That would, I guess it would be this kind of lighter brown here. Let me see what happens with, because all I have is a little tiny bit of that lighter bluish gray that I threw in there hours ago. Speaking of, yeah, 4 hours, 29 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. He was just primer, and that's all. Don't blink. You will most definitely miss something if you do. You know what? That probably needs to be a little lighter. Then we'll take Mr. Blending Brush to it. So that we just basically only had to do the one layer and nothing else. I might try to go a little bit lighter here to separate that. Okay, now, yeah, there was a whole lot of nothing there. There was literally nothing at all. Might try to get a little bit of our light. Yeah, yep, not there. Come on, a little more. There we go. And I will, let's see, for Armada Monday, looking to have our fabulous French ships ready to go. For sure, Richelieu, and most likely, not Jean Bart, it's Dunkirk. And Carnot, that's again one of those sort of weird pre-dreadnought battleships. One of the typical French hotels. I almost feel obligated to get something to actually put that smoke belching out of the stack because it's coal fired. Let me get that into here. I think we got our darks into that too. Oh, yeah, up here. How's about some light up in there? It looks like I still at least have a little bit of my Indian yellow left. That's going to go down here. Also up there, and maybe even make it lighter. Like that. Use a little reflected light here. There we go. Now we're feeling the shiny there. Touch more right in here. This line, we kind of lost the top of that a little. Got some of that back. Just one more peek at my reference here. I might try to get a little bit of dark that comes down from the hair down onto his forehead. That's not quite going where I want it to. Well, it doesn't matter. We have to get back into this dark stuff anyways. That will go here to restore that, and then here. Now, there we go. That's the thing that's been kind of missing this whole time. Now over here on our chainmail stuff, been trying to bring back some of the dark there. Now over here, I might need to get some reflected light on some of these rings. I just have to roll with what's left here. That's what's left of our fast mat weight. I could even get a little tiny touch of our blue in there. That's the manganese blue. So Celia there, Moriarty, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate that. And of course, have a fantastic Saturday there. And a little bit of something here. That chainmail is a little bit, it's complex. There's a lot of stuff going on with that. More on our, a little bit light down here. Now, well, it is, been doing this 4.5 hours, and it's 3:39, and it is time to check out what's going on with our prints, get the next prints underway, also get some chow. So this is where we say thank you for all of the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids, of course. We appreciate that. And of course, thanks to everybody for being here. And I do think on our Saturday stream, we got 3 of these guys here. We'll do some more of these, and they will have some of our freehand, right, and source lighting on them. So let's hit those other 3. Thank you so much, Arid. Appreciate you being here. And of course, Arid's going to be streaming 7 p.m. Pacific time today, so don't miss that. Thanks, Heavy T. Sorry that I'm kind of taking off on you relatively soon here. I know you had just got here not too long ago. But take care there, Heavy T. Thanks again. And of course, stay safe with all the ice and everything else that's going on there. Yeah, we basically got a little tiny. Might have gotten more snow than we did, believe it or not. We only got maybe 2 inches. That's it. Thanks, Rico. Appreciate that. So here, again, we'll just kind of compare some of our kitties right here. So there's your Boromir, there's your Gimli, and there is your Cat Doff right there. Yeah, ED, I was wondering gonna mostly be ice there, which again is more of a weird pain, right? So see, thanks so much, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. And see you later, the M Towies. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna get the raid countdown underway here. Yeah, here it. Well, I'll try to get those other ones for sure, like the maybe the Legolas and the Samwise one. I think we should do that. So thanks again, everybody, and I'll see you guys on Saturday.